Check. Check, check. Check, 1, 2, 3. Check, 1, 2, 3.
Good afternoon. Welcome back after the lunch. Hope you all had a good lunch. We would like to start ASAP. Please settle down. Abhilash, can you ask everybody to come in, please? Sure. We request you to settle down, please. Did you call me? We request everybody to sit down, please. Good afternoon. Welcome back to PLF Forum. Our third panel discussion is Understanding and Overcoming AI Challenges. Our moderator for this event is Abhilash. Abhilash, we welcome you onto the stage. Abhilash is a seasoned product management professional with over 18 plus years of experience. Worked in startups to MNCs over these years. He is a patent holder and passionate about solving people's problems and creating great product and product communities for the people. We welcome you, Abhilash.
Thank you, Shweta.
Abhilash is joined by Surendra Tipparaju, who's our first panelist for this panel discussion. Surendra is a seasoned professional with over 25 years of experience, including an impressive 17-year tenure with Microsoft. His dedication to fostering innovation extends beyond the workplace. As an active volunteer for prestigious organizations such as IEEE Society, iFocus, and Colosseum. Through mentoring and his global outreach, Surendra has become a recognized figure in the industry. He is also the author of the book 7th Series AI and is on a mission to empower more than 1 lakh AI professionals. Welcome, Surendra. Surendra, though I write poetry, I'm not into your area of technology, but I'm sure I can learn a lot from you. Our second panelist is Nakul Raut. Nakul is a experienced professional. Abhilash, why don't you sit down? Nakul is an experienced professional with 18 years of diverse expertise, notably an outstanding 15-year history in product management roles. He directs his passion towards enhancing decision-making, use causes by utilizing AI capabilities within the marketing and debt collections realms to deliver personalized and relevant messaging. We welcome you. Ramesh Swaminathan comes with over 2 decades of unparalleled experience in product management. Ramesh currently holds the position of Vice President of Products at RealPage, showcasing a remarkable talent for effectively managing a diverse portfolio of enterprise products. Ramesh is a startup mentor and is a guest faculty at IIITH, teaching product management for the last 3 years. We welcome you. Our fourth panelist, Vijaya Anupama. She boasts of an impactful career that includes diversified roles at renowned firms like Nokia, Accenture, Intuit, and Harman International. Her thriving career as a product manager is currently anchored at Signify. She's a passionate leader, dedicated yoga practitioner, and an engaging storyteller. I would love to hear your stories. We welcome you, Vijaya. Abhilash, the diocese is on to you.
Thank you, Shweta. Thanks for the great introductions. How are you feeling?
More energy, please.
You sleepy after lunch? No. Not yet? Do you want us to pursue sleep? No, right? Right. Thanks for your time, and thank you one and all for joining us here, for sharing your expertise and thoughts with our audience. We've been hearing a lot from morning about how Gen AI is coming to us, and what does it mean for the industry, and what does it mean for the community and things. There are opportunities. We had expert talk about what we can do a lot. We had a panel discussion, how academics can come over and leverage the research and plug industry and academics together. All right, so there's a lot of information that's shared. Now that we are in a stage where we have the opportunity, but now how do we build on these opportunities? Or we call them challenges, but I will call them as opportunities. How do we use these challenges as opportunities and move forward? How much of these challenges are we already aware? And your expert talks or thoughts on how do we, make pace with it and then come up is what we're going to discuss, right? Starting with you, Ramesh, because you've been with the academics as well as this, right? Once we talk about the first challenge when applying AI is the compliance, the ethics. How do we use AI ethically? There's a lot of data into it, so how do we be in those guidelines and still be concerning to those ethical, how do you see these things could be impacting product managers and how they should be ready for them?
Sure, thank you. Thanks. That's a very good question, right? So we in the industry have been thinking about ethics and compliance of data that we collect all along, right from the day we have started collecting data. I don't think there's anything new. What has Gen AI or even the predictive AI before that bring in, right? The first thing that it brings in is lots of data. The ability for us to collect a lot of data, the ability for us to process lots of data is the opportunity that the technology has brought in, right? As long as we stay very close to the core data compliance issues that we have always seen, we will be good, right? The government is really working hard to bring in legislations. We don't have any laws as such. I know US has something called AIA, which is AIA, Artificial Intelligence Act. It was The act came in 2021. It's still under discussion. It's not a law anymore. Very similarly, EU has a similar act. It is again not a law as yet. It is still being discussed, right? But I think the fundamentals still remain the same. The fundamentals are, one is being accountable, right? Accountable to the data that you're collecting, staying true to the usage, how you're using the data that you're collecting, how secure is the data that you're storing, right? Are you protecting the PII information that you're collecting about your users? How ethical are you in using that data, right? Those are the basics. We have always, the industry has always done that, and it has to continue doing that. The second one, because of AI and Gen AI, I would say is what I would call it as explainability, right? If you are using data, if you are using transactional data, if you're using PII data for Gen AI purposes, you should be able to explain how you are using it, right? If you have collected data, you have used data, you have models that you have created, which is consuming the data, you should be able to explain how the data is being used, how you're using the data. The third one is all the consumer protection acts across the world, right? There could be new names that could come in at different points in time. You should be able to protect your consumers. The consumers of the data should be, the data collection part, the data storage part, the data processing part is something that you should be very clear on how you are protecting your consumers, right? The fourth one is auditing. How can you create mechanisms in place that you can enable audit of how you're using the data, how your models are using the data. The fifth one is bias, right? If the systems can create biases on its own. Your AI models will create biases. The AI models will drift. You being able to audit that, stay true to what you are trying to do, and ensure that you are clearing out those biases as the systems create those biases and start drifting towards certain biases is something that you should be clear about. As product managers, as you're creating products, as you're creating services for your customers, I would say these are the few fundamental things that you should be very clear about, irrespective of all the governing laws that's come up, right? Laws are there to create, guidelines for us, to guard us against all those issues that will come up, right? But as organizations creating solutions and services for our customers, these are things that we should be clear about. I'll end there and take questions.
Thank you. Vijay, I'll just build up on that. So you mentioned about PII and how we need to be cautious about protecting personal information. As a product manager, so now if I'm trying to build a system that is going to collect a lot of personal information, right, and I'm trying to build a product that is intended to actually solve the customer's problems, the user problems, I as a product manager, right, what are some tools or some of those aspects that that's already available for me if I can have to go out or is there any specific avenues that I can go to read about these laws, be myself prepared with these laws, so when I'm building them, I can just go, I'm not doing and then failing, then learning it. Rather, I go prepared and then share your thoughts on how we can be cautious about this personal identifiable information.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for being here, taking time from your professional, personal time and being with us. If you look at the privacy part of it, you all are familiar with the security statements, right? It's mandatory, irrespective whether the government is asking you to have a policy in place or not. A security statement is a mandatory compliance document that you, as a person responsible for delivering a product in your organization, is responsible for. That comes from your business teams, which is from R&D. It all come together to have the documentation ready. Even if you're going to go and prepare and submit a tenders, unless your security champion comes and gives a go-ahead saying that, yes, the product I'm going to sell now is security compliant, and it's taking care of all that is needed to protect the data that's coming into your systems, your tenders will not go through. So whether government is implementing it or not, we already are familiar with the delicacy that is involved in storing the personal data, correct? Now, last month, the government of India also proposed the Data Protection Act, which was signed off on 11th of August. Okay, and all the interesting part is it's not covered the AA aspects of it. They said the digital data policy, which is going to be coming in a 1 to 2 years time, is going to include AI, Right now, we're only focusing on how do we really ensure that the data that we are collecting, is it rightly encrypted or not, right? And are we giving right kind of access to the people who are supposed to be accessing it? And are we bringing in right kind of authentication factors for those who are accessing it, right? For example, I as a person working for ensuring for responsible for global markets for the product I'm responsible for, I just can't download an email ID of my client and then just send it across, because that's a violation. So we have the security audits coming into picture, questioning me on regular basis, because we do a frequent product upgrade. So they come and ask us, show us if because of some feature development, are there any deviations that you're introducing as part of the previously baselined and approved security statement, where we're going to capture all the data, right? So we need to be particularly aware of it, and there is a reason behind doing this. Now, with Gen AI or anything related to the artificial intelligence coming up, the question is how, with human, I mean, no matter, this is what I strongly believe, no matter how many AI versions are coming through, we need to use them as our co-pilots, like our previous speakers mentioned. End of the day, it is a product manager's power to decide whether they want to give access of the sensible data to the AI systems they're developing. Okay, so it's a collective decision, and we as humans have a powerful tool called common sense. We need to use that very diligently to make sure that what kind of data you want to classify as what, and what is that you want to give out. Make sure it's your responsibility to see that right kind of access are there, you're retaining it as per the requirements of your customer, and right access controls are in place, encryptions are in place, both in static and in transit as well. And everything, and every company come up with their own ways of how they want to manage these tools. For example, in Signify, we have our own tools, but I won't be able to reveal the names of it right now. But yes, this is mandatory, and we all as responsible PMs here need to make sure that we understand the urgency and need of it. Not only just waiting for government to come up with the proposals, because then it's more going to be, hey, there's a government waiting there, it's going to penalize you, because there is also an exemption that's been called out, saying that if a company is defaulted twice in not meeting the guidelines that are part of the data protection, you will be barred from the business. Do we really need to wait until then? No. We know that something is coming up, you can't work without it, it's a need of the hour. But let's do what we can do as a project managers, prioritize using our common sense, and we can solve the problem together. Thank you.
Thanks, Vijay. But you mentioned about how the data has. So now that is one of the challenge for doing it. But coming to you, Surendra, coming from Microsoft and being in the industry for long, because you've seen the industry evolving with and taking on a lot of challenges and catching up with these trends. What do you see as the challenge, your key challenges for whether you're a Microsoft level company or you are a startup? We have some startups here. What are those challenges any company would face, and how do you think we should be ready with that, and how do you tackle with them? Of course, in applying AI. and before you answer, let me, Surendra is also an author, as Shweta mentioned, on 7 Sense AI. And there is a lot of insights, so you could add on of your insights before we get to your book. So everyone is also looking forward to it.
Thanks for that and putting me on the spot. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and it's really good to see. Good to see so many people, especially Friday afternoons, where like tendency is to head home. Heading to a conference is something really exciting to see. And thanks for having me here. Now, with respect to the question of what's the challenges? So more than a challenge, I think I put it as a preparedness. Be it a small company, a startup company, or a Microsoft, or any big biggies, it is about the preparedness. And the why I say the preparedness is, I belong to a division in Microsoft where we bring the best of product technology to the customer problems. So I'm not in the product development area, but basically in the consulting area. So when I deal with a lot of customers, and especially, let's take example of enabling AI, there is a kind of a immediate tendency, say that we have enough data, because we say that for the AI, data is the crux, and everybody claims that we have enough data. It's just like your solution has to work, okay? But more than many times I found that it is about the preparedness of, do you understand your data? And what was the intention or intent behind those data, how it has been collected over a period of time. One of the examples which I share when we were like trying to enable a propensity model for one of the banking, that banking customer has claimed that they have 110 years of data with them. So data is not an issue, just bring the best algorithm and solution and we'll make it happen. And apparently when we actually sat, the scores were pathetic and it was nowhere near any predictability. And then we went and start cleansing the data, okay? And we found that 98% of the data we need to really like, can't use it at all. Because the customer addresses were like ABC, pin codes were 1111. Okay. So, and demographic data, absolutely nothing captured, all were like of the same state or something like that. So that's the thing. So fundamentally, whenever somebody is marching into this evolution or adoption of the technology, one has to assess the readiness and preparedness of the organization. And if I would basically say that that is precisely been my experience, where I captured as a part of my book as well, where based on whether the company is, you have to ask yourself, is it an on-prem centric company? Are you a cloud native company? Are you into a digital native kind of an organization, being a startup, okay? And based on that preparedness, you can define your milestone. If you are very, very on-prem centric company, very much operating on API data and very, very huge landscape of data assets, start with actually collating the data, identify data as your new revenue, new model. And one of the first steps is to identify the data and then identify the person and personnel who are actually operating with data. So I would basically recommend start with your operations teams, okay, and the customer-centric teams, and create your data platform. That itself is a big milestone, okay. True. And once you know that you have the data and the knowledge about the data, which is a metadata, that's where you can do wonders of actually going through them, enabling the search, getting the insights of past history, what has happened, enabling the BI. So I always call this as, like, first enable your BI, run the enterprise with BI, and then you evolve into AI, okay, BI to AI. Because as much as you want to run your entire organization with an intelligent driven organization, but AI always have one or two those hero use cases, which we call it. But first thing is need to be a data-centric organization. That's where like you start your journey. And irrespective of whether it's a small company or a big company, that is where the journey starts. And I have basically over the period of time discovered this magic formula, which I'm going to share with you. Before starting any major project, any digital transformation, start with MVP and time box that MVP. And what's the time box? I basically experienced that you have to establish your value proposition within 6 weeks of your ideation. So debate, discuss, identify those use cases. Within 6 weeks, try to establish MVP. After 6 weeks, give another 2 weeks to realize whether it works or not. And whenever I saw anything going beyond 8 weeks to establish the value, leads to frustration. So you have to basically time box it between 6 to 8 weeks, see if it works. If you would have lost, you lost only 8 weeks. Yeah. If you would have gained, you would have really laid out a roadmap for the rest of the organization.
Amazing, amazing. Thanks for sharing the secret sauce. You touched about a greater problem, like be ready with your data, be prepared, right? And the bigger problem of those banks not even having a proper PIN code. That's one side of the problem where you have a lot of data and you have to crunch out. But coming to you now, there are these other side of the challenges where you don't have data. Now you wanted to solve problems and you know the problem, right? But you don't have data to validate, and you don't have data to come up with that MVP or solve. How do you plan about, as a product manager, if I wanted to kind of solve a use case that my client had shared? I know that it is a problem, but I want to validate it, or I want to. What are those things that I, as a product manager, are facing these challenges, and how I can come out? Share your experience and thoughts.
Sure. Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone, and thanks for having me here. So, when it comes to using the data, it's more important to understand what is the business value you want to deliver. Like, what is your business challenge? Because unless until you are not very clear. Hello? Yeah, it's forward. So, unless and until you are not clear with the value that you want to put upfront for a business, or if you are not sure about the problem area that you're going to solve, you cannot narrow down on the quality of the data or data set that you want to use, or how that insight should be. For example, if I want to put an event next Sunday, where to put that event based on today's attendance, where I can get a maximum attendance again for that next event. So that kind of insight can be only built if I know what is my next move, what I want to achieve. And for that outcome, what are the data elements I want to identify? Now, if you do not have this data set, then you need to work on it. And in today's world, you also have some predefined models for startups to use those data sets. I bring that analogy of a student who is getting graduate in college, who gets trained on a particular domain. By going to an academics, he learns some topics, and he gets some domain experience. But consider fine-tuning at the next level where he is getting postgraduate, wherein you already have a pre-trained model in case a scenario is where you do not have a data set, but you know the problem area, what you want to solve. So build on that domain with a specific requirement that you have, and try with the sampling. The approach that we are discussing, like give six weeks to try out how your data is performing, whether it is delivering the appropriate results that is accurate enough and transparent, where you can communicate how you are reaching out to a outcome. Can you make it explainable? So those are the very important aspects that we are discussing today about using an AI, because it is easy to put a black box, but that cannot be adopted well by business.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Oh, right. Thanks for sharing that. How do you prepare yourself, have the use case? So now what we have discussed so far was like, as a product manager, how I can solve the problems using, if I'm solving customers' problem for AI. To you, Vijaya, coming back to you. Now, how I, as a product manager, can use AI while preparing for solving customers' problem, right? Because I wanted to, use AI for solving customers' problem. Is there any scope for AI to support product managers and to prepare product managers, and how I can use AI there?
So we kind of established a fact that AI is going to become our co-pilot. We're not going to take that away. So AI feeds on data. For the seasoned PMs here, what feeds you? What's your source? Right. So we're basically talking about market analysis, right? So AI is going to help you to capture the data. So we can start from there. Because as a PM, you are end-to-end responsible. I was just talking to Surendra about it. It's going to start with cradle to the grave. Your responsibility starts somewhere, and it's going from the starting of the resources defining the problem until it's going to go into the end, where it's going to fill the landfilling, right? So first and foremost thing is, how and where do you get your problem definitions from? That is from your markets. So use those tools available, research tools available in AI area to try looking at, identify the problems that are of interest to you and to your organization and where there's a maximum impact. Now from there, now we're going to, let's say problem is defined. What is that we're going to do next? Now it's become part of your roadmap. Now I want to do faster prototyping. Like you said, we need to find out if the MAP is going to happen in 6 weeks, because the moment you go and tell your development team, hey guys, 6 weeks to you, and I want an MVP out of it, this is what the business value I'm looking out for. What will they say? Not possible, right? So we are saying have our AI systems in place, because AI is also going to help you with coming up with prototyping much more faster than a normal development team is going to be, right? Use them for your benefit, come up with some kind of simulations that are going to validate the thought or idea and the value that we think we can achieve. And the third one is in terms of personalization. Although we all wanted Louis Vuittons or Gucci bags and everything, we all wanted to have personalization. I want my bag to look different, even though I would have paid 70,000 rupees for a Louis Vuitton bag, right? Now, how do you bring in that kind of personalization? Try to understand that from AI, because AI is going to help you once you have the enough amount of data set to validate your thoughts, bring up with the customization. So for example, I worked with BMW, I can speak about it, right? They also have the option of customizing your car. We're not talking about just a Louis Vuitton bag here. You can come up with a customization for a BMW car that was launched, for example, iNext, that was launched in 2021. I had an opportunity to work on the communications module for that. You can go and personalize that car for you. So that amount of personalization is possible, and end of the day, your NPS is going to be high, you have a smiley, happy, and a customer who's going to come back to you. The fourth one is about preventive analysis. I was just talking to Priyanka here. Hey Priyanka, we can predict anything and everything, not the traffic on the roads. It's difficult. I mean, the day we can achieve, this is the amount of time it's going to take you to from this destination, that destination, at this given amount of time, right? So let's use that, see that what kind of preventive analysis that we can bring onto the table, so our maintenance costs can be reduced. We know the problems first, then the customers are reporting it, and then go about giving them a value, saying that, hey, we have a fix available, we do a OTA, it's going to be taken care. So that's a happy customer for you. And then last one is about major of the companies, especially in the semiconductors, have faced is the chipset shortage. It's still ongoing, started during the COVID, and it's still continuing, right? So this is basically about how do you identify your supply chain? Okay, what alternate sources are available for you? How can you support your supply chains with different AI modeling techniques? So, they can look out options and then make sure that even if there is a delay, but we're still going to meet our extended and stretched deadlines, that we can do that, right? Before I end that, I strongly believe in sustainability, okay? And then what I think is that we as a responsible PMs who are going to use AI to the benefit also need to make sure that the solutions that we are proposing are also sustainable. Because this is the only place for all of us to live, unless Elon Musk says Mars is ready for human habitation. We're going to come back here in some form or the other in the upcoming days. So for the people who are here today and those we're going to come back and later, have our AI solutions that's going to give us systems that are going to give us sustainable solutions. And I think that's where AI is going to help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay. We were just talking, we were both part of Harman before. We were building connected cars, but we are living in connected everything. Connected ecosystem, connected environment, connected people and everything, right? So we'll build more on that, right? Coming to you, Nakul. So there's a lot of future towards AI. Now, how do you vision this is evolving? We've been talking from morning, that's the future, that's how it. So now, while this is evolving, how do you suggest the product managers keep up? What should product managers look out for? Product managers, what is their roadmap should look like?
Yeah, very good question. So what we have seen so far is the initial phase where the models are getting used to deliver some decisioning, we done without much supervision by the humans. So what we want to see is right now the models and the data is used where these models are delivering maximum value. So that value is in terms of which ad to show, which search results to present. We want that to be democratized to a level where if I go to a local grocery store or a local paint shop, that guy should be able to use their customer base to build a good inventory system or to build a good recommendation, wherein he can say, hey, you are a regular user of this product. You might be getting, it might be getting over at your end. I have it in my shelf. Shall I deliver it to you? Can he promptly come and solve that use case? So we want to make sure that that level of simplification should happen. And I feel like that will happen not very soon, but by 2030.
Thank you.
For both the questions which you asked, I just wanted to give one perspective over the years which I gained. The product leader or product manager, it's a very, very unique role. It's not engineering. It's not purely imagination. It's an art and engineering coming to the picture. And most of the time, whenever we say AI or machine learning, they just basically immediately struck to that, go to a data science. Okay.
Right.
Which is one of the most wrong notions to start with. It is not about the AI which is going to solve the problem. It is about what we want to achieve and what is the purpose it's going to meet. AI is just an enabler or a tool. And that's where the product manager can have his imagination and intuition to be bought in first, use AI to validate whether that intuition or the imagination which he or she is putting together is relevant or not. And today's AI systems, be it generative AI or any of those evolutions, can really play a major role in helping that validation. Okay. You can basically design something and put it through generative AI and then relatively say, okay, such a model already exists, such a design already exists, here is some things which you can assemble and improve upon it. Okay, that's the beauty of it. Okay.
Thank you for jumping in on that. It's amazing insight. Ramesh, back to you. I don't want you to fall asleep. All right. So, what are the support systems you think? Now we are at IIIT Edge, it's a house of research and a lot of think tanks here. What are the support systems that we can enable product managers with? So to make them better at their job, to make them better as humans, make them better at creativity. So what is the role of academia plays in them, and what can we look out for support?
Oh, sure, absolutely, right. So to concur with what Surendra said, right? So product managers is in the cusp of, between engineering and business. And I mean, I have a diagram in my class. Students who have been in my class would see. There are like hundreds of things and you are in between all those 100 different things, right? And sometimes we as product managers feel lost. I have felt lost multiple times in my 25 years career as a product manager. I didn't know where to go to. I didn't know who can help me get through some of this, because the other functions in an organization do not understand my problem, right? Because engineering always has engineering focus to the problem that we get them to. My business folks have, when I say my sales folks have their own set of problems that they are looking at. And my set of problems are very different from what everybody else says, right? If I have to, as a product manager, if I feel lost, that I don't know what AI is, right? I don't know where to go to. There are courses all across the world, but for every course that you go to, you need to know Python, you need to know data science. I'm not a technologist, right? I don't know what to do with it. I'm not a technologist. Is it like, do I have to go in and learn technology first for me to learn AI? That's the question everybody asks. I know all of you have, some of you must have had those questions before. Some of you must get this question today, hearing AI every 5 minutes, during the course of the day. But what I would say, don't worry guys, right? I have seen this happen. All of us here have seen multiple technology disruptions happen. AI is one of them, right? That's why I keep telling AI is one of the disruptions. Very rightly so, AI is a tool, right? Surendra was very apt when he said, guys, AI is a tool, trying to solve a problem. Are you clear on, have you defined the problem correctly? Have you defined what is the customer value correctly? That's what matters, right? And there is a lot of support systems available today. There are, I would definitely say, look for courses, AI courses that is non-tech, right? AI for this, lots of AI for business courses. There's a lot of free small modules that's available on YouTube. That's how I learned. I didn't do a proper course to learn AI or what AI can do, right? I learned on the job. I learned talking to my engineering teams. I learned doing things on the job. So when you're defining requirements, you're not defining an AI requirement. Please, that's not what you're doing. You are defining a requirement that's solving a customer problem and creating customer value. AI, or whatever it is, are tools. Every technology you use is a tool. And that should be very clear in your minds when you're working through your day-to-day jobs, right? Use technology as tools, and tools are to enable you to complete a business function, and your role as product managers is define what that business function is, right? And there are AI tools available out there. There are ChatGPT is going to help you a lot. There are lots of those ChatGPT tools built today, which is going to help product managers. One of my product manager, I have a big product management team at RealPage. A couple of them are sitting here, right? They have shown me that they can write user stories using ChatGPT. They can give a requirements to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT gives you a user story. Perfect, great, right? Makes my job easier. Maybe as a leader, I can hire 2 less product managers now.
Putting jobs at stake.
So to get back, is that going to take away a job of a product manager? I don't think so, right? Because again, AI needs people to actually work with, right? I have lived long enough where when computers were introduced, I remember there was those days when outside SBIs and LICs of the world, there used to be those big agitations happening that computers are going to take my jobs away, right? Did it take jobs away? It actually brought in jobs, right? We all grew, and AI is going to help us grow, right? And we'll have to find those areas where AI can help us grow, right? And there are definitely academic tools available. There are courses available out there. You could spend time, money, and you all should invest, right? I mean, as product managers, we all should be investing some time for ourselves, for us to grow. Because remember, if we grow as product managers, the organizations that we work in grow. We are in the front end of innovation in our organizations, right? If we don't drive innovation, nobody else is going to drive innovation in the organization, right? That's why it's very important that we spend time, concentrate, spend time, put it in your calendars to spend time to learn AI. Not technology, but usage of AI. How can you use AI? How can AI be used in your specific domain, industry area you are in? That's where you should be spending time on, right? And there are definitely tools available out there doing that.
Thank you. I wanted to give more chance to our folks to ask questions, but on a lighter note, right? So someone stole my question that I wanted to ask in the morning session, so I'm going to flip that now. So if we know this traffic problem that we have, right? So you're talking about that, how do we use it? You kind of had a Hyderabad too while reaching here, right? So if we have some of the AA solutions already, but let's say if you have to solve one of the people problem that's day to day in our life, right, and go crazy about it, how crazy would you go using AI?
Want me to start? Wow. That's an interesting one. Too many in my list. Okay. But let me pick one. I think what we have today, prevailing pattern, is like 5-day work week, 2-day weekend, right? But hardly even those 2 days is kind of ends up with a lot of chores. I see a lot of people too much stressed about careers, too much stressed about work, too much stressed about managing stuff. So if I really had a chance, and I think I do have a chance to flip that up. So I want to make like 2-day work week and 5-day my time.
I love it.
That would be my value prop. Okay.
You have audience.
If I want to give it a try, it's like what you learn always, like when the things are not in abundance, you should use it wisely. So when we see like people are adding to congestion, it's mostly because sometimes you see people breaking the lanes or honking a lot or not following the best practices for driving. So if you can use AI, IoTs, everything together to identify potential candidates, to train them better, to follow the best traffic rules, and incentivize people who are doing in the right way, so that you can get people use and avoid congestion.
So I really want to create a digital virtual twin that can work for me. Why am I working, right? My digital twin will go to office virtually, sit in my chair, do my work, and finish work, and I switch it off, right? Why?
I hope he will not spend money on your house.
That's a risk that's always there. That's where I should, innovatively give him access. All those access management should get it to work. Yeah. I will not give him access to my credit card.
Vidya, you'll.
Yes. So let's say all of us drive to work. It's in a car, let's say. And stress is a part and parcel of our life, right? So the moment I get into my car, mirror, right? We'll check the first thing, how am I looking, how things are, etc. So my mirror will read my mood. Okay, oh, okay, it's going to talk to me some nice pep talks, and based upon my mood, it's going to connect with my refrigerator and see what's available there, and then it say, hey, this is the available stuff. Can we make some interesting recipe for you? And even if you don't have anything ready, we have a smart kitchen available. It's going to check. This is the things available. I think we can make a nice, interesting soup for you by the time ready. But of course, I have to go and cook. Let's say. So this is something like that. It's easy to pep up my mood and then create an environment for me to feel good the moment I've arrived at home. So something like that.
Someone will even put that for you before you go there.
I don't mind. Thank you. Yes.
Thanks for your amazing talk.
We can have 2 questions from the audience.
Hello everyone, this is Ananya. I'm from ADP, lead product managers. So we've been listening a lot of Gen AI. I think I've counted it's 1,064 times we've spoken Gen AI. What makes me believe, or rather it's just a thought and probably a mind share more than a question. Aren't we as people or product managers trying to force fit solutions by Gen AI? Like even a simple use case that can be, say, as simple as an Excel macro or probably putting a VLOOKUP. We are force-fitting higher-ended solutions, costlier solutions while we are building for this. So just a mind share around that.
No, I 100% agree with you, right? That's why I was very clear when I said value, define benefit, right? All the tools that we are talking about are tools, right? We should be very clear on the value that we are creating on the usage of tools. These tools are insanely expensive. We think it's cheap, but for us to create, for us to deploy, for us to maintain these tools over a longer period of time is extremely expensive, right? And that's what we should be very careful about. Value, right? Define your problem. Define what value you're creating out of your problem. And any tool that we talk about, any shining new object that we are creating in this world, today it's Gen AI, 3 years from now it could be something else, right? But as product managers, and remember the other side of the coin, right? If it's your engineering teams will want to use some of these tools because they are engineers by profession. Right? They want to use the latest shining tool in the products. Your sales team wants to use them because it sells, because that's the word everybody uses, right? I have the product that is powered by Gen AI or whatever AI tools that's out there today, right? It was something else 3 years ago. It was something else 10 years ago, right? So everybody else wants to embed that new tool into your product, into whatever they are building, so that they can sell well, they can talk well, they can experience these new technologies. But our role as product managers is to create value, right? We have to define what value is very clearly. Use technology only when you're creating value, not because there's a new technology out there.
Okay. So sometime back, there was an app on iPhone to switch on your light. It was selling at $99. Yeah. Now it's absolute. So that's where, if you're not building a proposition that is ready to, can be adopted, it cannot last for longer.
I agree with you, Surendra, that I don't want to work for 5 days a week. I want to work for 2 days. I can use that 5 days creatively, doing so many things. And I agree with you, Vijaya, I hate cooking. So if something helps me in my kitchen to cook, I'll be the most happiest. We can take one last question. Any questions for the panelists, please? One last question. Your last thoughts, one last resolution.
Hi everyone. I would use ChatGPT for make it short. So, what kind of relationship do you think we should have between data scientist and AI product manager?
So let me take a shot at it. Yeah. It's a very important question, and it's very essential to understand where the data science fits in on overall game of things. So I was actually debating on this and did a lot of kind of brainstorming with a couple of folks. There are, if I would say, there are like 4 segments. And those 4 segments are actually influenced by different people in the organization. One set basically are the market researchers, stakeholders, management team. I call them as decision science team. They are the ones who make the decisions, help us make decisions. Once those decision science team comes back with what's the right thing to do based on the competition, based on what's the sentiment in the market, what the product people are looking for, you start collecting the data relevant to that value prop, and then that's where you give it to data science team. So data science team will basically take the subset of all that market research that has been done and simulate a product, simulate a forecast of what is possibility. And story doesn't end there. Then comes the engineering team, the architects, developers, consultants, who I call it as like data engineering team, which basically takes what data science has created and really bring it to the life, which gets into production. And that's where the operations team comes into the picture. So now you see like where the data science fits in the overall game of things. So it is the decision science team who basically defines the North Star. It is a data science team who gives what is a possibility. It is the engineering team which makes it a reality. It's the operations team which basically sustains the life of that of the system.
Very, very well explained, right? Because we are grappling with this problem today. I think every large company is grappling with this problem where the data science team should be placed, right? Is it an engineering function? Is it a research function? Is it a innovation function? Is it a operation function, right? We don't know yet. I mean, we haven't solved it in our company yet, right? But then it's a very important function. We know that, right? And every part of the organization need to transact with that function, right? There have been instances where our data science team have come up with an innovative idea that has become a product, right? While there are cases where our data science team has been a solution provider for a problem that we have created, right? So it's a mix of all, but I like the approach that Surendra mentioned. There is a structure to it, right? I think that's really amazing. Thank you, Surendra, for that.
You can have one line of one sentence wind up session.
So just to summarize our thoughts and what I learned from the other panelists today, use AI to your benefit, identify the value it's going to bring in and the ROI attached to it, and then make responsible and sustainable solutions out of it. Thank you.
Yeah. For me, as product managers, don't get overwhelmed by AI. Don't get overwhelmed by all the right attention that all kinds of AIs are getting at this point in time, right? Try to maximize the usage of it. Try to figure out how it can make your life easier in your day-to-day jobs, one. And two, how you can use these new technologies to make your end user's life easier. Value creation is important, and it's your job to identify how you can create value from the technologies that's getting created. That would be my takeaway from this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. So human decision-making capabilities and the intuitions that we have cannot be replaced by Gen AI. But you can always use Gen AI to speed up the way you are making decisions, to speed up the way you are doing the subsets of activities which are related to product management, be it risk analysis or presenting the status of your projects, or summarizing where you are in your journey. So that kind of things you can see how effectively you can utilize.
Great thoughts from the panel, and if I would basically put my kind of thought behind that, I think this is the realization of something called collaborative computing, where it's not about one software company creating a solution, you using it. It is about everybody has to collaborate. AI cannot succeed without adoption, without collaboration. So it's your idea, my idea, leading to a better outcome. So this is the phase. We're all part and parcel of this collaborative computing.
Thank you, everyone. So my takeaway is what you all gave me. I probably would summarize, but you are all summarizing it. Whether it is 6 weeks, the secret sauce, or whether it is how academics can, keeping up to the speed, keeping people at the center, and also being, in the ethical lines and guidelines. Great thoughts. Thanks for sharing this. This is an amazing time that I spent. We'll take on more from here. Thank you. You've been an amazing audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abhilash. Thank you, Surinder, Nakul, Ramesh, and Vijaya. We request Sandeep to honor the guests, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, Abhilash, for moderating the session. We're moving on to the next panel discussion. The topic being Startup Pitch Deck. That's what is there in my this one. Okay. I'm sorry. The next item in the agenda is the workshop, Harnessing Generation AI, Crafting Innovative Products. I request Jeba Swigara Das to come onto the panel, please. We request Jeba to come onto the dais. Jeba is the Senior Director of Engineering in the Advanced Technology Group at ServiceNow. He has shipped multiple products in the past at other companies, including Microsoft, ADP, and at ServiceNow, primarily in the areas of databases and workflows, and for the past 10 years on different aspects of AI and ML, including Gen AI. Jeba has played a strong engineering roles, both in engineering development and in product management. We welcome you, Jeba. Dr. Ravindra Guntur, joining Jeba. Dr. Ravindra is a staff ML engineer. We request you to settle down, please. Sandeep, please take it offline. Ravindra is a senior staff ML engineer with Advanced Technology Group at ServiceNow. Over the past 18 years, Ravi has worked on the application of machine learning to areas such as API security, deception technologies, NLP algorithms, and video algorithms. Of late, he has been working with text-to-code models, model miniaturization techniques, and applications of sequential decision algorithms. We welcome you. Ravi also has a PhD from the Indian Institute of Science for his thesis on text summarization. He's also a senior member of ACM and has 18 granted patents over 18 peer-reviewed research publications. That deserves a huge applause. Our next guest is Srikar Gulapalli. Srikar is a software engineer working in Advanced Technology Group at ServiceNow. During his tenure of 3 years, he has been actively involved in developing various software applications and machine learning-based products. Currently, Srikar is focused on code explainability models and researching on various fine-tuning techniques to further improve the performance of these products. We leave the dice on to you. Please take it over.
This will be a hands-on workshop. So I've heard a lot of theory since morning. So Jeba will demystify a lot of things to you. Okay, I have to connect this here. It's connected. Yeah, I think I like this. I like it. Okay. Can I start? Yeah, go ahead, please. Yeah. Hello. It's working? Okay, awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. See a lot of familiar faces as well. So hello, everyone. So today's session, I think we need to increase the volume of the mic. It's better? Okay. Better? So today's session, we're going to talk about how Gen AI can be applied. So let me just run you through a very quick agenda. And first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's an honor and a privilege so that I can speak in front of everyone. this is something we've been working on. This is my team. We've been working on Gen AI for quite some time, since the day ChatGPT was launched, in a way. Like November 30th was the day, and then things changed in our company totally. So today, what we would do is it projected? Not yet, right? No signal.
This one, this side.
Okay, while that is getting set up, so how many people are working on Gen AI right now? Okay, sounds good. So anyone building your own LLMs, fine-tuning LLMs? Okay. Huh? Partial, okay. So anyone building LLMs from scratch? Like building a pre-trained model from scratch? Oh, you are? Okay. Good to know. Okay. I'm not sure if the demos are going to be very visible. So I'm going to be doing a lot of use cases, running you through a bunch of different use cases, especially for PMs. So I know some people talked about, hey, you know what, are we force fitting? I think we need to do a lot more research before you can think whether it can be force fitted or not. But I do agree, there are some scenarios. People who don't understand enough of Gen AI, they think, oh, Gen AI will solve the problem, but it may not be a Gen AI problem. So these are my colleagues who are going to be speaking along with me. So today's agenda is, first is general introduction of Gen AI, and we'll spend around 30 minutes on the use cases with some prompts, right? So we'll go into maybe Azure OpenAI, and we'll talk about whether, some of the use cases, scenarios, and then we'll also talk about whether there is an inherent intelligence in GPT or not, or is it just a play of words? And then we're going to talk about some scenarios of what we've been working as a team, and then from ServiceNow, some of the things which have been shipped. So you will see things which are not shipped, which are in the pipeline. I don't think we can show it to you right now. The other thing is, how do you think of use cases, right? So for a PM, so we're going to talk about how to think about use cases, and when you think of a use case, when to use a prompt, when to use prompt engineering, and the other part is, how would you fine-tune a model, right? Or anyone in this room can open up your laptop if you connect to your thing, so that's your last part, right? So we're going to show you how to download a model, and then how to do it from scratch. It's about 15-minute session, so anyone can do it. I'm not sure of the network, so the thought was that you will be able to open up your laptop, download a model, and then experiment with like a sentiment or ask a specific question. So that was the thought, but I don't think we have enough network to do it. But if you have a 5G network or a 4G network and you have a laptop, you can connect to it and then just go after us. And then you'd be able to run it on a CPU or a GPU on your machine. And then we'll leave out enough time for Q&A. So where is Gen AI right now, right? So if you see Gen AI, I know there is a lot of talk for the last 8 months, 10 months. You see that generative AI is right on top, right? Which means it is right on top of the hype curve. But right below it, like following the generative AI, you will see there is a casual AI, AI simulation, AI engineering, data-centric AI, a bunch of things which are following up and trying to climb the hype curve. So it'll take some more time for the generative AI to be mature enough and then fall down. So is it mature enough right now? I don't think the kind of questions which are asked, people will not be asking now. In a matter of 2-3 years, I think more people will be understanding the Gen AI a lot more as Gen AI matures. So, how many people have heard of this music LLM before? Okay, one person. So let's show a demo. It might be a little boring for you. So I'm going to play only one. So this is a generative AI where it can compose music, and I'm going to play only 2 of them. right? And then it can do like a piano. Right? It can do a bunch of these things. So a lot of things it can do. You can go and play around with it once you have access to, maybe the Google LLM. So this is from Google, the music LLM. So you can play around with it. The other one is Google Bard. You must have seen it. So the point to be made is it is not just about text. Gen AI is for the images, the videos. You have speech. So I'll play a few things. So one is about this Adobe Firefly. I don't know if you have seen this particular part, where you can actually give a text, and you would be able to generate different images out of it. So get started. I have to sign in, looks like. Right, so here you could go in and type in like try prompt. So wherever it says try prompt, you can click on it. Oh. Okay. It's out? Okay. Okay, so you can actually say, cotton overgrown with trees drinking beer, right? Like just weird stuff. And you can adjust some of these portraits, graphic. You can say, some movement, vaporware. And, so I'm just showing you examples of what other companies have done with Gen AI, especially in different modes or models, what you call it. So it's generating, and you will see, right? So you have a froth somewhere, some beer, but you can actually play around with it. It actually creates something really, really cool stuff. Just for making, you can do color and tone, you can do composition, a bunch of different things together. Then the other part is around speech. You can do video editing. That you can actually go ahead and do it on your own. And I'm going to play this one. I'll play and let this be there, and I want you to guess who the personality is. Yeah?
With play.ht, you can clone your own voice and have an identical replica of it. Play leverages the latest generative media techniques to create the highest quality version of your voice.
Anyone? Okay, perfect. I'm going to play one more.
With play.ht, you can clone your own voice and have an identical replica of it. Play leverages the latest generative media techniques to create the highest quality version of your voice.
You got it? Yeah. Yeah. So it can actually create people, right? Like, so in the future, you'll be able to give your voice signature and then have generative AI speak in its own voice or in your own voice, so that it can answer emails or answer phone calls. So let me go back to this. Do we have time, or we have to close around 4? 4:15. 4:15? Okay. Oh, 4:15. Yeah, there'll be a lot of back and forth, and that's why I was... No, don't worry. So in general, right, LLMs are good at so many different things, right? So if you see, these are all the text-related stuff on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side are different modalities which it can handle. So it can handle things like summarization. I'm not going to show you anything. It can generate content. I'm not going to show any of that, because most of the people know already, and I'm not going to spend time on things you already know. So things like natural language understanding, agent-like conversation, translation, right? I might show a little bit of translation, but with a little bit of a twist in it. It can do a bunch of other stuff. I don't want to read through it, but the most interesting ones are the ones which you saw on the right-hand side, right? The video, the speech, and images. let me see. Okay. So how many people have actually played around with the generative AI, the ChatGPT? Most of you, right? Most of you? Okay. So you know how it works. I'm just going to give you a very quick introduction and then tell you what are the places where it doesn't work and then how to go fix it, and that's what our friend Ravindra will cover. Before I get into the thing, just because I don't want to change screens. So if you look at use the word Barack, don't press enter and you ask it to generate, it's going to generate something like this, right? Ravindra, please add anything. So it actually finished that word called Bharat and then it assumed Barakat, right? Because in its own thing, it has got a token called Barack and then it's something with the at. So that's what it assumed it to be, which is the most frequently occurring word. Now the next one, you use the word Barack and press enter this time and then ask it to generate text. It generates an entirely different one, right? So the only difference was in the previous one, you did not press enter, right? No space. But then here there was a /n and then the entire meaning changed. Because there it was trying to complete. It found the first token Barack and then it added a 80, right? So here it just started generating with the /n and it knows that Barack is a full word. And same thing with the uppercase B. Entire meaning changes, and then it starts producing something entirely different. And here, so there is a hyphen, and then it changed the entire meaning of it. So if you see, just with little bit of a change of what you could do with lowercase, just with a /n, without a /n, what it produces changes entirely. Right? And just because of the understanding of the tokens it has. Now we're going to go through and then see some of these things as to how it works, just to give you an intuitive feel for how it is picking up and how can you produce multiple scenarios after it has completed the sentence. We'll show a demo of it. I'm going to keep it here. Which one? Yeah, I'm going to show the playground. Okay. Yeah, it changed the entire. That's fine. And now I'll speak from here. Am I audible? This one is audible, right? Okay, perfect. So what happens here is I'm going to change something called a full spectrum, and let's try something called product leadership forum. Yeah, and then I press enter. So if you see, it says the leadership forum is the leading forum, right? And it gave you some color coding. So the reason for this color coding is that if you click on this, it's actually picked up the highly probable ones. So after the leadership, right? If you look at the probability distribution of the next word, it was forum, product, etc., right? But then it picked up the 99.56%, which is the highest, and therefore you get a green in color. If you click here, it picked up 0.16, right? And that's why it is red in color. However, I could actually go here and then say forum was the highest one, right? Like if you see this is the forum, I could say, hey, what would it have produced if I had a word called forum here and then say submit? So it'll automatically change the word, right? So there are infinite number of possibilities from each place. So it actually predicts the next word, right? So from here, it predicted held, but then it could have predicted for, it could have predicted designed, right? But it picked up the held at that point in time. Now, if you look at all the possible combinations of all the possible words which could be generated at each point, you will get an infinite number of possibilities which it could generate, right? So that's the beauty of generative AI, but it is also the flip side of generative AI because it is not deterministic. Now, you could also play around with it to say, I want a better deterministic solution. Then you can actually go and change the temperature to 0, and it will pretty much generate exactly the same text every time. So if you want this, you see this? Most of it is greenish in color. There was no red because it was trying to pick up the highest probability word at every point. Now, let's go back to this. Let's do some fun stuff, yeah? So let me do, for example, a poem completion, right? So complete the poem, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Now, if you click on it, it just pretty much gave you the poem, which it already knew from its knowledge. Now, we could also do something to the effect of, right? Write the poem in the style of Eminem rapper, right? So if you see, it started writing its own poem in the style of Eminem, right? So that's the beauty here of what it could do. But I also wanted to show you before I get there, since we are at poems, so it'll and it actually mixed whatever was from its knowledge. So if you see, there was a twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. It actually inserted the word for the next paragraph. It started, developing its own. And that hallucination is a boon as well as a curse, because you would see that it is useful in certain places where you can generate content, you can be more, creative about this thing, but it is also not a good thing in certain places. Because I've given the maximum length, it is actually going on. Let me reduce the length to something else. Now, increase this to this. But before here, I wanted to show you something else before I jump in. So I said, hey, you are a songwriter in Telugu. That's the persona I'm giving. And then you can write songs given on a topic given by a user. And I said, can you write a song about Telangana and its food? So it wrote something here. But in between, it understood from its language that it has to write chorus and a verse. So it introduced all that stuff. And then I said, hey, can you translate it into Spanish for me? Okay, so it translated the entire thing into Spanish. And it is a pretty good translation, right? Like if you look at this, it's a pretty good translation word by word. Then in the end, I changed my mind and I said, hey, sorry, I meant English, right? So which means it translated everything in English, right? So you can actually ask for something. So it solves a lot of problem in an enterprise, especially if you're a multi-location enterprise. So you can ask a question in something and it'll answer you in a different language. And I think our friend Shrikar is going to show you a quick demo of that, of what we have done in ServiceNow. Okay, so now we are getting into a new thing here. Okay, I'm going to go from here. So the size changed, so I'm not able to see everything on the screen. That's fine. So let me show you. So this is the same Telangana stuff, right? Where this is another time I tried it. Then let me go to completions. So a lot of people asked, right? We're going to talk about a bunch of different things. So it can understand patterns, right? So this is what I want to do. I want to go one step at a time on what Gen AI could do, right? So first we saw completions. It was able to come out with its own content. It can create KB articles, it can create poems, it can create marketing content, etc. You can extrapolate from there. So the next thing I'm going to show you is the pattern recognition, right? So if I say India is New Delhi, and then what is USA? Sometimes it could hallucinate. It gave the right answer, right? So you could actually say, you can do a complex pattern. For example, you could do something like this, right? Where I'm asking a capital and the population and say, for this country, tell me what the answer is. Now it's going to say USA, and it hallucinated, right? So it said it's New York. But if you keep asking, it will sometimes come up with the right answer. So this is the flip side I want to show you, that it is possible that it hallucinates at some point, and you may not know what is the right answer. So if it gives you an answer, it may not always be the right answer. But let's say if I did this and then say something to this effect, okay, again hallucinated. So you can never be sure, even with the temperature, right, that you will get the right answer to that question. Okay, so that is done. Now let's go back to general knowledge. Yeah? So here I said, hey, who was the first Prime Minister of India? And you give it and then says, oh, Jawaharlal Nehru was the first Prime Minister, which is the right answer. Now I can go in and say, what is the capital of Spain? Things like this. So you don't know whether it is hallucinating or not, but I'm taking it for face value right now. Now we're going to do something different, which is who was the first prime minister in India, who was a pilot, an author, a lawyer, and is a living person now, right? So we are trying to inject some things into the prompt itself so that we, disturb its activation layer when the input goes in, and it's going to come back and say the first prime minister was Narendra Modi, who was a pilot, who was an author, who was a lawyer, and is a living person. Right? So, so what happens is you've tried injecting certain things in the prompt to make it think in a certain way, right? In fact, the probability starts coming from here, right? It starts building. He can explain it a lot better. The first prime minister of India, so your probability distribution starts from there, and then all of a sudden it starts losing the attention for a pilot, the author, a lawyer, etc. So a lot more attention is given to what it saw first. So even in your prompts, if you want to do certain things, make sure that you put some of the strongest words in the front. He will talk about some of those prompt engineering techniques when we get to his session. Then I don't want to do some of these things, summarization. Now, another example of hallucination, right? I'm trying to force fit something, saying, hey, tell me more about Oracle DB by Microsoft. If you don't know the answer, say, I do not know, right? So in this case, it might actually say, I do not know, okay? Because it knows that Oracle DB and the Microsoft, the distributions don't match, and therefore, it has to say, I don't know. Now, let us take this out. What happened? So let us remove this, and we'll force fit it by not giving this, and then say, hey, tell me about Oracle DB by Microsoft, and it will conveniently say Oracle DB is by Microsoft, and it'll start, hallucinating on things. So let's go back to something else. Any interesting ones I have here? Okay, so this is like a classic example where can it actually detect some form of a sentiment, right? Like backstabbed is a sentiment. No journalist will write something called a backstab. So let's see what this actually does, right? It understands synonyms. So if you see, it will talk about OpenAI, what OpenAI has done to Microsoft, and it has automatically explained a bunch of different things over here. And these are the places where it thinks it could have backstabbed Microsoft. Interesting tool, but you have to play with it with care. I don't want to run through this. Okay, so this is another interesting one which might be useful for a lot of your corporates. So if you want to produce a summary, for example, this is a system message. So you're an expert in creating surveys, and right, I'm giving it. So this is almost like the chain of thought, right? You're saying step 1, do this, step 2, do this, step 3, do this. Then I come here. What happened here? Okay, let me clear chat using a previous one. Now you're saying I'm a customer service agent for exhaust fans, and I need to send out feedback from the customer about the lost call and the service provided. Could you generate a survey for me? Okay, so sorry, my screen is changed after we projected it, so I have to play around with it. It's in big fonts. So this is like identify step 1, identify the purpose of the survey, and it has asked survey questions, right? So how would you rate the overall experience? Was your issue resolved? How long did it take for the customer? So it can pretty much write certain things for you automatically if you can give the right prompt at any time. So are we force fitting this? I don't think so. It is very good at text, and if you play with text, you have to play with the right LLM, with the right prompt for the right thing it was meant to do. Otherwise, you're going to be force fitting things. Now let's do, oh, this is very different. Okay, so should we try and do a long document Q&A? Let me try. So this is nothing but I have a 70-page document, right? And you ask a question, and it actually finds the perfect answer, right? And you cannot do it with anything else. You have to use GPT-4. If you try it on GPT 3.5, it'll fail because it's got a 4,000 token size limit. So I'm not going to demo that for you in the interest of time. You can also create tutorials, right? So you say, create a Gen AI tutorial for me. It'll create a Gen AI tutorial for you. Now I'm going to show you something around mathematics. So how many people have done like function inverse, function composition, etc., right? So I'm going to take this function. So given a function f of x equals blah, find g of f of x and then f of g of x, right? Let me go back to completions. I think that would be better. I can see everything together. Right? So it gave you the right answer. You can calculate it, it's pretty much right. Yeah? So now you can actually, so people actually say, oh, it is text. Gen AI cannot do mathematics. My point is that yes, it can. If it knows, if it has in its knowledge, it can. So even here, it produced the right thing, right? So it's very simple functions, x squared and 1 minus x squared. It did f of g of x and then g of f of x. Let me go in and ask it to do a, so something which is not, Collat's conjecture. So basically in the infinite series of numbers, you take any number, and then if it is even, you divide by 2. If it is odd, you do a 3n plus 1, and at the end of it, it converges to 1, right? But at this point in time, there is no proof which exists for this, but we know that it always converges. People have proved it for n number of numbers, but we don't know the proof for it. So here what we're saying is, hey, prove this Collat's conjecture, right? So we're trying to create new knowledge which doesn't exist, right? So in this case, it will actually fail. It is an unsolved mathematical problem, right? I basically tell you the same thing. Unfortunately, it is impossible to prove, but no one has proved it yet, not even humans. But humans have proved it, and then if it had some knowledge, it can actually do it. But it can write the proof for something which already we know of, right? For example, hey, prove there is an infinite number of primes in the world, and it can automatically calculate because it has it in its knowledge. Then let me show you some things on the songwriter we have seen. Okay, so a lot of people say, oh, it's bad at mathematics. So I'm going to show you some computer science problem. It's a graph problem. You must have heard of the shortest path algorithms, right? So we're going to take a shortest path algorithm, encode it in such a way that the OpenAI understands and gives you the right answer, right? And to make sure that it is not actually saying it from its own knowledge, we're going to twist the facts a little bit. So we're going to go different set of facts. Let me show you here. Sorry, this. Okay, and I'll explain it to you what it's doing here. Okay, so here we are saying that, hey, Mumbai to Bangalore, so all these are different nodes, which is Mumbai, Delhi, Kolkata. Then we are defining the edges, like what we do in computer science. Mumbai to Bengaluru is 562 kilometers, which is not true, wrong facts. Then we give a bunch of different cities and then the distance between those cities. It's like a classic shortest path computer science problem. It's called Dijkstra's algorithm. Now, in the end, users will ask you questions, and now here we say, hey, give me all possible routes from Mumbai to Delhi with the total distance, and what is the shortest route? Okay, let it calculate. So we gave really wrong answers so that it doesn't pick up from its knowledge, right? So we are overriding it. Sorry, I think it understood, it is still doing the survey part, so we haven't saved the changes. So give me a minute, we will redo it. Okay. Okay, now we're going to run this. Where is the session? Okay, so it did the algorithm and then said 1849. It gave multiple routes and then said the shortest one is 1849 kilometers, which is absolutely right. I'm going to show two more and then we will hand it over to this one. Okay, so we'll go here. Sorry, this is a little painful to okay. So we'll do, we did math, we did computer science, we'll do an intelligence part, right? So what we're trying to prove here is that, let me go back to completions, slightly easier, I guess. So we're going to test out its intelligence, yeah? And this is GPT-3 and not GPT-4. We'll go here, and then in the intelligence, we're going to say, hey, what is the sentiment of the following sentence? You know, here it is positive, here it is negative, and then you say, what is the sentiment of the following sentence? It's intelligent, it has to find the sentiment from this and then set positive. Now, what if we actually reversed it, right? So we gave this as negative, and this is positive. What does it do? Right? So if you say generate, it still says positive, right? It didn't make a mistake. Now we're going to do something different. So we're going to call this AAA, right? And then we're going to call this BBB, and then maybe remove these guys. Okay? And then say, hey, oh, sorry, I should have removed this. And then say, give me the sentiment. So it still gave positive, okay? Now, what am I going to do? I'm going to say, call this as class, call this as class, and okay, now it gave out CCC, but then it actually thought it was the sequence. Right? So it thought it was a sequence. Now what we're going to do, we're going to do a different thing, which is take this out and go back in, and in the interest of time, I'm just going to run it very fast. Okay, so here, I'm doing the same thing, but then I played around with the last part a little bit, and now it gave AAA. Okay? It's just to do with the way I wrote the prompt here. Right, this last sentence. So this made the entire difference. So how you write the prompt is going to be super important, right? And that's what Ravindra will cover. But last one, because you're all product managers, I'm going to do a slightly different one. It might take a little bit time because this has changed the entire resolution of the screen. I'm so sorry, this is like very weird. Okay, since you're all product managers, I'm going to show you how a product manager is going to do certain things. So you're an awesome product manager who has shipped multiple successful products. Okay, now what we're going to do is here, let's clear the chat, and this is going to be very useful for you as product managers. So you can say, can you write a few epics to create a second-hand car application? So for people who are from ADP, and this is one of my favorite questions, interview questions, where users can upload pictures of what they want to sell, and buyers can choose and interact. And let's use GPT 3.4, and let's play. Oh, it didn't change this for some reason. sorry, it's something else is happening. It's not saving it over, yeah. I want to show you, you as product managers, how easy is it going to change your job. So let me just say, it is still doing that. Let it complete and then I'll show you. Okay, so you're going to write epics for a second-hand car application. So the persona it's playing is an awesome product manager. So if you see, it has wrote down all the epics. Epic 1. It also wrote the sign up, login, forgot password, everything for user authentication and this. Account manager. Then the story 2.1 is, the second one is car listing management. Okay. And then it started create car listing, delete car listing, view car listing, car browsing, etc., and then it wrote everything. Okay, now I can say, can you write, so though it gave me, okay, so can you write stories, few stories in detail, yeah, for the first epic. So if you see, it's going to write, the user authentication was the first one, right? So it started writing sign up, and then it started writing an acceptance criteria, right? So you as product managers, if you have something in mind, you can pretty much write it. It's a login for the second story, the acceptance criteria, and So I hope everyone is a product manager here, right? Yes? Okay. Now you can also do a bunch of different things like forgot password, etc. You can ask it to write the acceptance criteria for the first story in detail. Okay, for the first, no, it didn't pick up the right one. Okay. Okay, so for the first sign up, it wrote, it actually wrote all the acceptance criteria, required fields, password confirmation, validation, everything. Okay. Now, in the next one, I don't want to show you, but I can actually show you prompts for architects, QE, dev, everything. So he will show you for a dev at some point, and then walk you through some of the things we have done. So what I'm going to do is now hand over to. So you saw some of the use cases with prompt. We also saw, was it intelligent? I will leave it to you to figure it out, because I showed you where it went wrong and then where it was super intelligent. It all was depending on the prompt in AI, but mostly we're trying to build our own LLMs. And we, our thing is slightly different, right? It's basically for a workflow. It's a service management company. We handle service management for IT, HR, CSM, etc. So we handle how LLMs can increase the productivity of an end user, increase the productivity of an agent or a worker, and for the BU developers, right? So that's what we're going to do. And I'm going to invite Shrikar to actually give you a very quick demo of what ServiceNow has shipped so far in these areas, right? How do you increase productivity of people?
Yeah, so while Shrikar is setting up his laptop for the demos, I have a bunch of questions for you. You can answer by a raise of hands. So how many of you are working as product managers for enterprise software companies? Okay, and the rest of you are working as product managers for end customers? Or what would you classify yourself as? You can speak up. Entrepreneur? Okay. Okay, so the reason why I'm asking these questions is, I want to get back to what Jeba showed at the beginning, right? So he showed the word Barak and how it completed. So one of the key aspects of these large language models is the notion of probability, right? So anything which is probabilistic is non-deterministic. So a lot of our enterprise software, at least the legacy software, are built around the notion of being deterministic. So if I go to, let's say, the search page and I ask for something, I expect that same document to come back to me every time I search for those words, right? Imagine a language model which will give you completely different answers every time you go and search. So what happens to the end user experience? So that's one of the key aspects that one needs to consider when you're using generative AI in your product definitions. So the second question, So the second question which I have is, how many of you are under pressure to use generative AI in your product roadmap? Raise of hands.
So management actually tells you to use generative AI.
Okay. So how confident are you? Like, are you really confident that generative AI will, you will be able to roll out a successful generative AI problem statement for your customers at scale? Or do you think, there are some things that you need to do and you push back on the engineering to figure those things out? Are you scared? Are you uncertain how these problem statements pan out in the real world? Yes? No? Yes? Okay. Yeah, so this is one of the key aspects from a product design and management point of view, to understand what these algorithms do behind the scenes. You don't need to code. You can let the engineering teams figure those things out. But while you sign up to roll out some of these features, probably you should pay attention to the notion of probability, the uncertainty which is out there, and how you can kind of find alternatives to solve some of these problems, right? Sometimes we use the term guardrails. So guardrails are basically a fancy way to say that you're going to force the output of these algorithms into a particular fashion so that it at least looks realistic to customers or deterministic, right? So Shrikar is going to show you a couple of use cases that we will be rolling out to customers in a big way. So they're already control go-to-market.
Let's say Alex is an IT agent. Now, he starts by looking at what are the incidents that are assigned to him. Now, what is an incident? It's in PM's language, it's a ticket. So it's something we raise. Let's say my laptop is not working. I raise a ticket to my IT team. But what happens behind the scenes? So that is what ServiceNow solves. That is IT service management, which we ship. So let's say the first, I have a bunch of incidents assigned to me. I'll open an incident. Now, so this incident was, somebody else was working on this, Alan was working on this. It was assigned to me right now, to Alex Ray, and I have no details about what happened on this incident. Ideally, the flow is I'll have to go through pages and pages of the activity that happened on the incident. But is it more productive? No. That's where ServiceNow shipped a summarize capability, which is totally powered by GenAI. So Alex can click on summarize to get a holistic view of what happened on this incident. So this incident, I'll just read it out. So it's an issue with MacBook, it's frozen, cursor doesn't move. And Alan has suggested something, and now Alex wants to know what happened with this. So let's look at the summary. The summary is the user reported that their MacBook is frozen, accurate. And the actions taken were, we asked the customer to force quit all the applications and asked the customer to restart their Mac. And the incident is still open, which means both of these steps didn't solve the incident yet. Now what can Alex do now? He can take a look at some of the resolved incidents that were very similar to this particular incident. So let's look at one of them. Even these are recommendations which are powered by, again, not powered by GenAI, but something out of the box shipped by ServiceNow. So let's take a look at a resolved incident that is already, So somebody else has worked on it, very similar. MacBook is frozen, cursor moves, but the applications don't respond. Now again, I want to look at what happened in this incident and how did they resolve. So I can again click on summarize. So now we see that, again, it's MacBook is frozen, but the actions taken were the PRAM has been reset. So this could be one of the resolution steps which I could propose for my actual incident. So I could just simply copy paste from here and modify some of this, of course, but suggest this as a resolution to the customer. Yeah, so I'll just. perform a PRAM, post comments, and hopefully this will help help the customer with their issue. Now, Alex, so this is one part where we have shipped a generative AI solution, and it's all the LLM which we're using behind the scenes is a Now LLM, which is powered by Now Assist, everything created in-house by ServiceNow. So it's not an external Azure OpenAI or OpenAI. It's a LLM built by ServiceNow for summarization. Now, Alex looks at the different incidents that are assigned to him today, and he realizes that there are a lot of issues that are related to Mac Frozen. And he finds it fit to create a knowledge article so that it helps other agents to figure out how to solve this particular issue. So what can Alex do now? He can simply open knowledge articles and just add we have a option to generate a KB article. So I'll just, let's say, steps to resolve Mac freezing issue. And headings are, so the headings will be the subheadings which you'll see. So I want to suggest force quitting the applications and PRAM reset. And let's say disk utility to check if there's any hardware issues. And let's generate the KB. Now what is happening behind the scenes now is we are invoking Azure OpenAI, the completions API, to generate a KB article for us from its knowledge to on the topic, how do I resolve Mac freezing issue with these headings. Yeah. So if you look at the content, we have steps to resolve Mac freezing issue, steps to how do I force quit applications, how do I PRAM reset, and how do we ensure there's no issue in the hard disk, which is by launching disk utility. So I'm good with this KB article. I can just click on save, and that is done. So with a click of button, we were able to generate content, and this will help agents improve productivity because now there's a knowledge base. People can go and look at how do I resolve an incident. But is that all? No. How will this help customers? So let's say I'm Charlie. I'm a customer, and my Mac is not working. So I have a virtual agent for me. Let me type in my request. I say my Mac is freezing. Now what is happening behind the scenes is, again, ServiceNow has shipped a capability where we search through the entire knowledge base. For a given query, we try to extract relevant knowledge articles and then pinpoint to the exact answer for this given query. So yeah, so if you see it was able to pick up the article which we just created, which is, I'll just open this. So you have to force quit, you have to PRAM reset, and you have a disk utility, and all of this, we have steps for all of this. Now, user can try some of this, and this will help us deflect incidents. Maybe this will just help the customer, and there are no more incidents. So incident deflection happens here. Now, is this just for incidents? No. So customers could also search for policies. For example, there's HR policy about my sick leaves. So I want to know how many sick leaves am I entitled to in a year. I can just ask my virtual agent. It takes time. Yeah. So if you see, it clearly says, based on a given KB article, you are entitled to 10 days of paid sick leave. But if you look at the actual KB article, it's actually a leave policy for the company containing sick leaves, paternal leaves, and all of them. But it was able to pinpoint and extract just the information about sick leave. So this is the article it extracted from. It has even the process of how do I request for leave, but it was able to extract the information I want and show it, display it to the customer. So again, this is another way where we could deflect tickets. We don't even need tickets anymore. If we have our knowledge base sorted, customers will get answers via VA.
Yeah, and this is the reason why I did not show the 70-page document and then extracting answers from it, because it was the same scenario.
Now this will also help agents. So let's say an agent doesn't know how to reset PRAM. So the search experience is present across. So he could just search for PRAM reset. And the same experience, it will just go to find a relevant KB article, fetch relevant answers and surface it to the user. Okay. Yeah, it was able to pick the article, but I got it wrong. That's fine. But yeah, this is one of the experience we shipped, and this will also help agents to extract pinpointed answers. Now, so these are the 3 experiences. Moving on to the last experience for the developer. So let's say there is Fanny. Fanny is a French agent, and she has a bunch of incidents open. She opens one of the incident and tries to look at the details. Now, they're all in English, and she doesn't understand English. So ServiceNow has already shipped a capability where you could very well translate, and it would give you a French translation. And I could work on this incident. This is workable. But all my incidents are in French, and I don't want to every time go and click the translate button to show a French translation. So I request my administrator to write a script to just give me give me an info message of what is the description in French. Now the admin understands. All we have to do is write a simple business rule. So in ServiceNow, business rule is nothing but a script which triggers on a given condition and then executes a script. So in this case, what we want to do is whenever an incident is shown, we want to translate the description of it and surface it in French. Very simple. So we want to run it on display, and this is actually a scripting box. But all we could also do so I wrote a simple prompt saying check if dynamic translation plugin is installed. So this plugin is responsible for translation, and if it is installed, translate the description to the user preferred language and show it as an info message. Let's do a command enter. Now behind the scenes again, ServiceNow has an in-house code assist, which is a Now LLM again, which generates code for a given prompt. So I don't even have to code anymore. I give a prompt, I get the code for it, very accurate. So all I have to do is save this. I didn't read the code, sorry. But let's see. And let's open the incident again. So this time I see an info message with the description coming up in French, and Fanny can understand this.
Yeah, so there was no coding done by him, per se, right? Everything was done by the system. So he said, this is what I want, and it wrote a code without any mistakes, and it was just running just like that.
Yeah, I think, these are the 3 personas we try to cover for. One is Alex, who is an agent, and then we have Charlie, who's a customer who is requesting something, and then we have an administrator who can write code even without writing code.
So if on this one? Okay, yeah. The thing is, we might be running out of time. I don't know how long. Okay, sure. Okay.
We'll take 2-3 questions max based on the time.
So firstly, thank you for the demo. Excellent presentation. Thank you so much. Many congratulations on that. My question is, you showed that you're able to generate a dynamic article from a chat interaction. My question to you is, would it be possible for you to use that for training of the LLM and be able to answer in details from that knowledge article as well? So dynamic training of your model from the data generated by your customer.
So right now, it's not with training, right? So the way it works in ServiceNow is you have a lot of documents, right. And then I think you're asking a slightly deeper question, so I'm going to give you a deeper answer. So we didn't train that, right? Like you can have as many documents as you want, and then we have a background process which reads these documents and creates an inverted index.
So
and when
something
the
like
VA comes in,
Elasticsearch.
yeah.
Okay.
So when the virtual agent comes in, you give the word, and sometimes it uses NLU to actually go fetch the right KB article, and then says that that's the right KB article to be answered from. Then from that KB article, for that query, it goes and finds out the right answer.
Okay, so you do a TF-IDF match and then do...
Not TF-IDF, it's slightly different,
right,
but
yeah. Thank you.
We'll take the question, remaining questions after that.
So should I go back to this one? 2 minutes and then I'll be done. Okay, so all of you are PMs, and I know this came up when people were discussing how do I think about Gen AI use cases. A lot of things to be taken into account. The first thing, I'm going to keep it very short so that he has time to present. First thing is about whether customer data can be sent to a third party, right? If customer data can be sent to a third party, then you should actually do prompt engineering. You can use it OpenAI, Azure OpenAI. Second is, are you trying to send data out, or are you trying to receive data from there, right? Are you trying to generate content? If you're trying to generate content, then you can pretty much use Azure OpenAI for it. But then that's when you would need prompt engineering, which is what Ravindra will cover in detail as to how to think of your own set of prompts and prompt engineering, what are the tips and tricks, and what you should and should not do. The second part is what we are doing, right? Like fine-tuning our own LLM, building our own LLM, and which is where we think the first question is like what they said, right? The value, right? Which is ROI. If you have ROI, think of, oh, I don't want to send the data out, but then do I have labelers? Can I create my own data? Can it run on CPUs? Do I have enough money to buy GPUs? Because some of these things, you saw how long it took, right? It's not like a 2-second return time. It sometimes takes 30 seconds. Sometimes when it writes code, it keeps thinking of every line of code, right? Like in this case, it just came out very fast because it was all generated and then just threw right on your face. Then we need to find out how to scale, right? Even on GPUs, there are lots of things, like you have multiple layers, how many requests you can do, a lot of things to think about. So it needs a lot of investment, money, which you need to go through. And even here, you need to do prompt engineering. But on the other side is domain-specific models. I don't want to take any open source model, but I want to pre-train from scratch. That's when you go on the last side. The last side is something we will not cover right now, but we will cover the prompt engineering and the model fine-tuning by Ravindra, and then he will walk you through. So if you have a laptop at the end of it, and then connect your 5G, you would be able to build your own LLM sitting right here in 5 minutes. Okay?
No, I'll Okay. Thanks, Deva, and thanks, Shrika, for all the demos. So what I will do in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to squeeze my presentation a little bit for want of time, is I'll talk a little bit about prompting. It's a little bit of theoretical subject. It's actually a very complex subject, but I'll try to keep it at a very high level. And what I would like to do is draw your attention to the influence of how you instruct the language models and the behavioral language models based on how you instruct them. And that's very important because we saw already that these are stochastic in nature and they're going to produce non-deterministic results. Okay, so those of you who have been working or dealing with machine learning know this, this evolution of machine learning algorithms, right? So initially we had this concept of supervised learning. So we would take data, then there would be labelers who would give you the left-hand side and the right-hand side, and then you would train a machine learning model. Basically, it is more of a fit. Given X and Y, try to find the relationship or equation that matches, which generates Y from X. So then what happened was we started going into something called as masked language models. So the moment we went into masked language models, what we would do is we would kind of mask certain portions of the language. That mask means imagine you drop a particular word or a phrase from a sentence and let the language model figure out what that missing word is. So that is how these language models begin to learn. And then once you do that, you basically teach them language. That's how you teach them language. That's how children learn language. So they will use one word, they will use another word, and they'll try to fill in the middle word based on patterns that they're seeing. So similar ideas were used to create these language models. And then you would have to do supervised training on them. The reason why you had to do supervised training is it learns the language, but it doesn't learn the task. So it's that for the reason of the task, you would want to do supervised learning over it. Then came the final stage, that's the state of the art, that's where we are as of today. It is called as instruction fine-tuning. So you instruct the language model to produce a very specific type of output. So Jeva showed you so many different examples, right? How is it that a single language model is able to produce so many different outputs based on the instruction? So there is a very well-defined way to train these language models based on instructions, and that's called instruction fine-tuning. And then over and above the instruction fine-tuning, you give the instruction, that's what is called as prompting. Now, so I'll skip this, Jeva talked about it. So let's look at the anatomy of a prompt. So I've taken, there are lots of complex prompts. The most complex prompts are called as the chain of thought prompts, where the language model tells you how it is arriving at a particular output. It feels like it's thinking. In reality, it's very dumb. The language models are really dumb. They don't have any intelligence in them. It's just a bunch of matrix multiplications which are taking place, right? But the prompts are playing around with the probability distributions. They're forcing the language model to produce output in a particular way. But in order to do that, you have to follow certain templates. So one of the simplest template is highlighted here. You'll have a role play. For example, it sets the tone of the response. You would have seen examples like, think that you're a 6-year-old and write this article, right? So that is the role play. Then you have an instruction, like where you say, answer this question. So there's an instruction. If you don't give the instruction, then it's going to go all over the place. You saw that with the example of Barack. Simple hyphens, slash ns, it gives different outputs. And then you have something called as a context, where you tell the language model to produce output from a very specific context. So here is one example. Assume you are a Unix terminal with the prompt max 101, and then you have that greater than sign. Summarize the below paragraph and print on terminal. So I have given a paragraph. So this paragraph, which is given here, called as context. What we are telling the language model is, you don't bring things out of your memory. Don't bring things out of what you have learned. Use this very specific paragraph, and based on this paragraph, produce an output. And the way you do that is by giving this instruction at the top. So you have a role play, you have an instruction, and then you end up getting the response. So if you see here, it has actually used this max 101 greater than, like typically the way we find it in our terminals. So it has used that output, and it has gone and generated a summary out of the big block of text which is out here. Now you can extend the prompts. You can give a format specifier. So you can say, hey, you print it in a JSON form. Now these are very important for us because a lot of enterprise data is stored in databases. So we pull data from databases, then we process and then push it back into databases. So we want the inputs to be read in a particular format and the outputs to be generated in a particular format so that we can again write it back into databases. So the format specifier is very useful. Then you have an audience specifier. Usually we don't use this in the enterprise. It's more like it's fun, but it's very difficult to create these audience specifiers. Again, write it for a 6-year-old is like an audience specifier. And then we have scopes. So scope is where we set an expectation of the content or the response. We say that, hey, write a summary in 3 lines. So that is the scope. And sorry, that's the constraint. So where you say that, hey, make it smaller, right? The scope will be like, it should be the main emphasis or on a mandatory configuration steps. Let's say, for example, you have an example like this, right? The main emphasis should be on mandatory configuration steps. So we have, Shrikar showed this demo of summarization, right? So in the summarization demo, what he showed was he showed very specific items that were summarized. So a summary can be like hundreds of lines, but we want very specific pieces to be included in the summary, right? So how do you tell the language model to do that? So that's also part of the prompt. So here is a slightly extended version of the prompt. Assume you're a Unix terminal with the prompt max 101. Summarize the below paragraph in 10 words. So 10 is the constraint there. And print on terminal as a JSON. So that is the format specifier. So what I will do is I will take a bunch of use cases and I will show you how we can leverage or realize these use cases using prompting. Okay? So here are the use cases. So given an incident from an incident table, extract, that is summarize, the key issues of an incident as a bulleted list. So we want it as a bulleted list. The data is coming from an incidents table, which is like a table in nature. So that's one use case. So how do you make the language model respond to this? So redact sensitive information. It's not a great use case for language models, especially the models which are hosted outside. You don't want to send your sensitive data there and ask the models to redact the sensitive information. But in case you have your own deployments, this could be one of the use cases. So given an incident from incident table, generate an overview as a text paragraph. And then you can summarize an incident with a predetermined list. So let me just walk you through these examples. Okay, so here is the task. Given an incident from the incident table, extract the key issues of an incident as bulleted list. And why do you want to do that? We want to present the key issues for quick eyeballing in the UI. So suppose, imagine you have a UI and there is a small box there and somebody hovers on it. You just want a pop-up there to give a bulleted list of what is important about that incident, right? So that's the use case you want to populate here. So we'll prompt the LLM with this. We can say, summarize the main issues in this paragraph as bulleted list. And then we say paragraph colon and then give the paragraph. So these words, paragraph, bulleted list, these are very key within the language model. If you give those words correctly, that's where your data scientists and prompt engineers will be playing around. If you give the right word, you can elicit the right response from the language model. And on the right-hand side, you see the response, you see the bulleted list out there. Now let's extend this. We want to redact sensitive information. So when you give the bulleted list out there, we don't know who all are viewing it. Maybe there are access controls over it. So you want to redact the sensitive information. So we just extend the prompt. We say, summarize the main issues in this paragraph as bulleted list, redact PII information. Now see what has happened on the right-hand side. So if you see, the mobile number was redacted, but a particular name has been there as is. You can see Jason B there. So the name is still out there. Now how do you counter this, or how do you make your prompt different so that it responds to you? So we'll just extend the prompt. Please remove any PI information from the paragraph and summarize the main issues as bulleted list. You see how we just juxtaposed the instruction, and just juxtaposing the instruction will change the behavior of the language model because of the probability distributions around word generation. And here, there was a lot of redaction which took place. Okay, so now here is an interesting one. So the databases are where our data is stored, right? When you pull data from databases, they come out in a formatted way. So it could be a table. So you can always instruct the data to come out in a JSON format. But humans are not comfortable with JSON, right? When you show it in a UI, you would actually want to show it in a more readable format. So you can use this JSON output which comes and then convert it into a running text and show it to the user. So this is another user experience which you can drive using a language model. And it's very simple prompt here. It's a paraphrase use case. So you use the word paraphrase. So the moment you use the word paraphrase, it is able to paraphrase. And the reason why it's able to paraphrase is again because of the instruction fine-tuning which I referred to at the beginning. So here you just say, paraphrase the following JSON of a support ticket in plain English. And then it takes it even writes the dates. So you see how it's changed the dates. It has made the dates more verbose in the output. So these capabilities exist with generative language models. Okay, now summarization is one key use case. A lot of people want to summarize a very large document. Now how do you make a language model summarize a large document with very specific information? So the reason why summarization is such an important problem is it is very contextual. Everybody wants a different summary from the output. Now how do you get different summaries for the same document based on the expected usage, right? So one way to solve the summarization problem is to convert it into a question answering problem. So you tell the language model to answer a bunch of questions from the text, and in response it is going to generate a summary. So here is one example. What we have done here is we have given a bunch of questions at the beginning of the prompt. We say what is the main issue, what is the issue resolution, blah, blah. And then we give an instruction. We say answer the above questions based on the paragraph. And we also tell what should be in the summary, because we want to take this summary and then put it into some database and then show it in the UI again, right? So there is this whole chain which is out there. And in order to cater to this whole chain, we have to instruct the language model. So here is one example where we have questions, we have an output, a paragraph, and in response, it has given the summary in the form of a bulleted list out there. Okay, so let's take another example, which is generation of a KB article. So I'll just skip this in the interest of time, and let me go to something not so happy path. So till now we were showing, language models can do this and can do that. Everything is great, but that's not true. There are a lot of issues with language models, and you will not know that until you roll out to production. And when you roll out to production, you don't even know whether the output that was generated is problematic or not. And there's a lot of engineering that goes on to figure out how the language models are behaving in production. So here's one classic example. On the left-hand side, we have on left and right, we have a question answering task. Okay, so I give a context given as this green color context, and then there's a block of text, and there's a question. So the question goes like this: forms needed to apply for a driving license. So what we are telling the language model is, I want this question to be answered only based on this block of text out there. Now, where did this block of text come from? Probably it's a knowledge base article. Maybe there was a search engine which ran and then picked the best article from the search output, and then it is running the question on that particular output. Now, it gave a right answer, so the answer which is out here is part of the context which is out there. But imagine you go and edit that knowledge article. Maybe you just add 2 words to it. So that's what I've done here. I've just added, it is a difficult, and then stopped. Now, why would this happen? This happens because many a time these articles are very large and the language models cannot handle full text. So what we do is we do truncation. We take that block of text and just cut it. So imagine here it is cut at this particular red color highlighted words. It is a difficult. Now the same question, just because the article was edited and it was truncated, now gives a completely random answer. Nothing that it has answered has come from the text which is given out there. It has started to hallucinate and bring the answer out of its own pre-trained knowledge. Now, how do you fix this? How do you know something like this is happening? And this is where it becomes very hard to define problem statements based on generative AI. And that's where this whole concept of prompting comes in, instructing the language model to produce a specific output comes in, and so on. So I just changed the prompt a little bit. I just said, answer the question below from the given context only. So that blue color instruction was given. And once that is done, you get a different answer. It actually started to answer from this block of text. So there are numerous situations and examples like this where language models produce completely bizarre output, and designs of prompts, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done in order to make them reliable. And that's the reason why I was asking questions about how reliable should your system be, and what happens, are you scared of the output from the language models? Okay. So I will just go through a very quick, where is this? This one? This one, right? Okay, so I'll go through a very quick Jupyter notebook. Behind the scenes, what happens?
Let's find out if they want to do it on your own. Do you want to open up your laptop and then do it along with us?
I don't think they have the. I don't think we have the time.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's fine.
That's fine.
We can share this notebook. I'm sure your data scientists can give you much better notebooks. But what I want to do here is drive a few points for you to take away. Right? I just want you to see what happens behind the scenes. So first thing is, many of these language models run on GPUs. So if you design a product and you say, oh, I'm going to roll this out, and imagine you have a P&L target for you. When you have a P&L target, how do you quantify the success of your product? First, you will need GPUs to run these language models. So the cost of running GPUs, right? It's very abstract because you will need cooling power. It has impacts on your ESG metrics. Then it has the cost of actually deploying that in your data centers, or if you have API tokens, payment for the API tokens. Do you pay for it, or do you let the customers pay for it? So there are a lot of variables around how to make a generative AI product successful. Nothing to do with technology. It's all about the cost of it.
Just to add a tidbit on the amount of the ESG metric he talked about. If you train the GPT 3.5 once, right, it runs for 36 days, and the amount of carbon emissions is around 500 metric tons, and it is almost the carbon dioxide which is produced by a jumbo jet if it has to go to the moon and back 9 times. So that's the amount of carbon dioxide which gets produced for one training of GPT-3.
Yeah, so you got to look at the specifications. So many a times, these GPUs don't have enough memory to hold your language models. So Shrikar showed you the demo where the code was generated, right? So it is 15 billion parameters in size. Okay, it's a model that ServiceNow has created, ServiceNow research team has created, which we have used. It's 15 billion parameters. So for 15 billion parameters, to hold the model, you will need at least 60 plus GB of RAM inside the GPU if you want the 32-bit representation, and half of it if you want the 16-bit representation. Now, NVIDIA is going to charge you, the GPUs that most commonly used, is going to charge you a lot of money for the higher end GPUs called A100s and H100s. Now, if you go to the lower end GPUs, the cost is lower, but at the same time, your response times also fall. Okay, you need to plan for this in terms of when you're rolling out a generative AI product. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it is, what models do you use? Do you always hit OpenAI? Sure, you can hit OpenAI, provided your customers agree to send their data to OpenAI. So that's one of the key blockers for many of these generative AI use cases. Okay, you decided to build your own language model. Fine. So if you build your own language model, what model do you use? Of course, it's the problem that the engineering team has to figure out. But the impact of the choice of the model is going to be felt by the end customer and the product success. Okay, so if you go to Hugging Face models, I'll just see whether I can go to this.
It's not there. You have to open a new tab.
Open
a new tab and then.
You want me to paste it? Okay, let me just
do a plus.
Paste it here. No, I'll just paste this. Okay, so let's see how many models are there in Hugging Face. You see this number? There are 300K models which are available out there. How do you choose the right model from here? If you want to fine-tune the model, if you want to host it on your own GPU. So there is a lot of research which goes on here. There are a lot of uncertainties, and we don't know at the end of the day how these models produce. And there are models for everything. There is models for text to video. There are models for text to text. So this is again is a huge exercise which you will have to go through well in advance in preparation for the rollout of your product. So I will not run through this notebook, but let me quickly. Okay, so let me quickly run the notebook. So usually what happens is there are some dependencies. You see all this install transformer, sentence piece, and all of this. So these dependencies have to be installed, and every time these dependencies change, the behavior of the model changes, things break. It's an engineering nightmare, but it's their problem. And then let's see what a model looks like. How many of you have seen the model? What does it look like on the disk? Okay, so here I have an example of a model. So this is called as a T5. So you see this FLAN T5 large. This is the name of a model. This is around, so on the disk, if you see.
You can show it to them on Hugging Face as well, so they are able to correlate.
Okay, so let me go to here. So let's see this. So here you see FLAN T5 large. So let me just click on it. So it will tell you how many downloads that it has had. Then it's going to have something called as the model card. So let's look at, there is a, sorry. Yeah, so you can see that it's around 3 GB in size. So that's the size of the model. But what does the model look like on the disk? So the model looks like a bunch of files. So here I've taken the smaller version, which is 300 MB in size. So it just looks like a file. So what this also means is once you roll out your product, you can change the behavior of the product by just replacing this file. No more engineering to be done. However, every time you replace the file, your behaviors change. The model starts doing different things. So that's where the determinism is suddenly gone from your system. So you got to watch out for this. Okay, so I have a few examples here just to see how such a small model behaves. So I have one exercise. So it says answer the following question. There's a question and we are basically asking for an answer. So we can run that and see what happens. I don't know whether I have time to run it. Okay, let me just run some of these. So I'll have to start all the way from the start. So you see here, you see this allocating and connecting. So what is happening here is because I'm running a Colab notebook, it is actually trying to get one GPU for you to run the model. So let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, so Google gives one GPU, the T4, for free. So if you log into collab.google.com, you get one GPU for free, and you can do a lot of experiments there.
Yeah, so here there is a GPU which is allocated to you. Okay, then it's still downloading all this. Are we running out of time? Okay.
Yeah,
okay, so
fine.
maybe we'll share this notebook with you. You can just run it. You can just take it to your Google account and run it there. You just have to just click these play buttons here, and then you're going to get the output. So where you can actually play is by changing this. You see all this red color text. You change that and see how it behaves, and you get a feel for what happens to these models and how they behave.
Yeah. So you'll be changing two things. One is that model name which you saw. So cut and paste anything from Hugging Face, and then change the prompt, and then you're good to go. Those are the two things you need to change. So do we have time for questions? If there are? Yeah? We're having a break?
No, we have
2 questions. Okay. You can use this if you want.
I'm a sustainability person as a PM, and then when I heard that there's going to be to run one book on GPT 3.5, we require 36 days and 500 metric tons. That was kind of a choking thing for me the moment I read it, right? If that is what ServiceNow is doing, do you have any carbon offset programs that runs in your organization to take care of it?
Yes, we do. We are 100% ESG compliant. So we buy green credits for it. But then we are not building GPT-3 kind of models. So we build very small models. It's not 175 billion, trillion, dillion models. It's a 15 billion parameter model, much smaller.
So
I started Googling about ServiceNow sustainability.
Yeah, we are 100%. You would see that too.
So one of the strategies that we follow is, ask this question: why do we need such a big model? Why 15 billion? Why 170 billion? Is it possible for us to build with 10 million? So we have models which are just 10 million and runs on CPUs. So that is again a design parameter. You start small and then expand the scope of the model till you get the accuracy.
No, at some point, I think most of these GPUs and the data centers will be solar powered. But that's what every company aspires to be. But till that is done, you buy green credits. Yeah.
Quick question here: if the GPTs are, predicting the answer by a prediction percentage, how is the grammar ensured? How is the text grammar ensured? And quick second question is, in the ServiceNow, LLM, is there RLHF included, reinforcement learning with human feedback, or?
Yeah, so the first question was around grammar, right? So that's what language model is. So he talked about masking and how it learns. And if you can even build your own model, right? So you can go to Hugging Face, download the entire Git, and then you can build your model from scratch. And when you give all the data in, it has taken Wikipedia, all the news articles, books, everything. So with that, it is able to learn the grammar. Right? So that's how GPT-3 is trained. GPTs are trained. In fact, even our model was trained that way. Right? So once you put that in, and he talked about different mechanisms. So one of them is the masking mechanism. So you mask it, and then it starts learning. And your second question was around RLHF. Yes, we do.
So let me add to that. In reality, grammar is actually a rule. So English or any language, it actually imposes the rule. We don't create random word sequences. We are forced to create word sequences in a very specific fashion, right? It's been done because if you create words in a specific fashion, what you create can be understood by the other person. So actually language is a rule. It's just that it's hard for us to express that rule if you take a board and have to write on it, it's very hard to express. So that's where the language models learn those rules inherently by those training examples that you give.
Yeah. So if you look at the way people solve language, I'm not sure if you were there like 20 years ago or something, where we had to write grammar rules, right? I'm not sure if you have done that. So you write the subject, predicate, whatever. You have to write a series of rules, even for translation, right? So you have to write the rule for English, the rules for French, and then see how the each sentence, grammar in each line of the grammar maps to one. So you need to write a transformation layer. Now, all that work is done by the LLMs. So LLMs, if you give English, French, English, Spanish, French, all different languages, just dump in data, and then it just learns automatically, right? So there is no, grammar to be written. You don't have to scratch heads. You don't have to hire computational linguists for that particular task. So today, computational linguists are needed for defining the data problem, right? Like if you want to fine-tune a model, you need a lot of data, and that's where the linguists and labelers come in.
Thank you, Jeba, Ravindra, and Srikar for this wonderful workshop. I am not a technology person, but it was interesting for me too, and I'm sure all of you learned a lot from today's session. I request Arun to do the honors. Please felicitate our guests. Arun, please stay on the dais for a group photo. Thank you so much. We'll take a short 10-minute break for tea, and we'll join back in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think he joined a different company. He's with Ericsson.
He moderated the session. I mean, he was there at the first panel.
Yeah.
I have a number, so I'll text you. Or let me know whenever you're ready. Nakul, आपका bite हो गया? We request everybody to come inside and settle down, please. Everybody, can you please step inside? We need to start. I request everybody to step inside, please. We need to start. You all can get in your coffees and pakoras inside. We need to start. Sandeep, please step in. I request everybody to step inside the auditorium, please.
Yeah.
He'll help you. Give me 2 minutes, let me join. We request everybody to come inside the auditorium and settle down, please. The next part of this evening's program, the next part of pitch deck panel, the moderators are Ganesh Shukla. Ganesh is an aspiring product manager, passionate about driving business growth and delivering exceptional user experiences, with a background in business strategy and technology consulting, and has a keen interest in digital transformation. He aims to make a meaningful impact in the world of product management. He is currently pursuing his MTech in product design and management at the IIITH. Ganesh is also a very good friend of mine. Though I did not teach him at IIPM, he considers me his guru, and thank you so much for that, Ganesh. I've known you for 14 long years, and you've really, really grown in the last 14 years. Sriram Appana, a seasoned product manager with 18 plus years of experience, passionate about innovation and delivering exceptional products, thrives on solving complex problems and making a positive impact through technology. We also welcome Manasi Chet, a dynamic professional currently spearheading the realm of startup funding and investor relations at T-Hub, India's leading innovation hub located in Hyderabad. She has over 8 years of experience working in the startup space on building products, business development, marketing, PR, community management, customer, and investor relations. Notably, she co-founded and served as CEO of the highly acclaimed Happy Panda Hostel, a top-related backpackers heaven in Goa, which was later acquired by Zostel EDP. We welcome you. We also welcome Avnish Bhatnagar, a seasoned product manager with over 2 decades of experience in shaping technology-led products, currently serving as a senior principal product manager at ServiceNow. And he is also an active angel investor at Succeed Venture Partners. Before his current position, Avnish held pivotal roles as a product manager at renowned companies such as CA Technologies, OpenText, Global Logic, and several other esteemed organizations. We welcome you, Avnish. We re-invite Ramesh Swaminathan, a distinguished professional in the realm of technology and product management, currently serving as Vice President of Products at RealPage. He holds 20 years of experience in product management, managing a portfolio of enterprise products. His product specialties include cloud-first products, AI ML, data privacy, retention management, content management. Previously, he has held roles as a product manager at industry giants such as Informatica, CA Technologies, OpenText, and several other companies. We welcome all of you. The dais is open to you all.
Hello, all. Good evening. My name is Sriramlu Appana. Today we have very promising startups. There are 7 startups who have been selected to present here. May I invite Shravanti Upadrashta and Ganeshwar Rao from Genjet Technologies.
Hi all, good evening. So I am Shravanti Upadrashta, coming from Genjet Technologies, founder and CEO of Genjet Technologies, a generative AI company trying to solve a problem of enterprise knowledge base and enterprise knowledge search within an enterprise. So you all come from product managers, right? Building products again. But how frequently do you go to your development team or go to your knowledge base searching for information which was built over decades of your operations, right? Your company operations. So we make that search easier for product managers, for developers, for customer support, for marketers. Through LLMs, again, the mission is to revolutionize the enterprise software category for their own internal knowledge base and improve productivity and efficiency gains for enterprise software companies. The problem again, as I said, it is inefficient and ineffective enterprise knowledge spread over multiple sources of information. It could be Jira, it could be documents, it could be Confluence, SharePoint, videos, training videos, etc. So, and typically the degrees of difficulty, the wait time, or the turnaround time, the delays, wasting time, just the wait time between multiple teams asking for information. So we try to minimize all of that by feeding all your data, internal knowledge base into the LLMs and making your search easier. Search for information. So whatever demos you have seen from ServiceNow, right, on the LLMs. So we enable all of that for your own knowledge base, for your own enterprise, internal use, hosted on-prem. And our commitment, again, it's through strategic partnerships is what we are growing, and we invest in research and development heavily. The part of our team is IIT researchers. I'm myself pursuing PhD here at IIT Hyderabad, and the team is pretty strong in enterprise software development and also the Gen AI LLM space. And this is the market size that we are talking about, just the enterprise knowledge search market. It's 50 billion as per knowledge sourcing intelligence. The serviceable available market right now, we are seeing ourselves in the North American, Indian, and MEA space is 1 billion, and obtainable market, just some part of it, at 250 million for ourselves. So this is the core team, as I said, and these are a couple of accolades that we have won over a period of time, pretty recently in last 6 months, I would say. So we are part of NASSCOM 10,000 startups, NASSCOM Tech.V program, Startup India certified, T-Hub incubated, Lab 32 program. We recently onboarded into the Lab 32 program. We are Udyam registration, MSME registered company. And we are also recently signed up as IBM Partner Plus and Microsoft Partner, just to showcase that we are a trustable entity and you can do business with us, even though we are a small startup. And this is what we want to, I mean, these are coordinates. Any questions I can take?
What's your monetization now?
The monetization, because we are talking about on-prem deployments. So it is typically license fee plus. So the revenue model is a combination of software license fee plus implementation or professional services plus the maintenance and support. I would say we are going back 20 years in terms of revenue model, leaving out the SaaS way of doing things.
And what's your thought process behind that? Do you have any active customers right now? You're in this development of the product phase. Where are you?
We are in the development of product phase. I mean, the product is being built along with the pilot customers. So we have signed up a couple of pilot customers, the product in the development stage, but tested along with them, being built along with them.
What level of development is the product? Where are you in your development cycle?
I would say 20% on the this thing.
Okay.
But the customer has signed up and we are building along with them.
And how are you funded right now?
We are right now bootstrapped.
Bootstrap.
Sorry, in between you mentioned about so much of data, knowledge search you will be doing and all those things. In ServiceNow we have something called as CMDB, Configuration Management Database, I think, if I remember the name, full form correctly. In that it gives a specific ID. With that ID, CI tag is what they refer it as. And it provides the complete, past 20 or 30 years of information completely. I just want to understand how it is different from your idea versus ServiceNow, which is already there. I know you might be mentioning about LLM, but I think in the previous session they already mentioned that they are already using that LLM as things. ServiceNow being a big company versus Gen Z just starting up. I just want to understand the product much more details.
Sure.
Thank you.
So when you talk about ServiceNow as an application, whatever knowledge or information that you're getting from a specific ticket, it is just limited to the information ServiceNow has. But what we are talking about is multiple information sources you have as teams. You will have working with multiple tools like Jira, Confluence, SharePoint, your documents, your mails. How do you, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'll just follow up with that. ServiceNow can be integrated with all those things what you do, because I did that with my previous organization.
We'll have to take it offline. We are running out of time. Questions from the jury, please. I am told, I'm just following rules. No questions from the audience, only from the jury, please. I'm sorry.
So, you know, you're basing your solution on LLMs, and you're probably some algorithm you're using at the back end, OpenAI, or I don't know what you're using.
It's private LLMs pre-trained just on the private data. So we are not using OpenAI, Azure, or any of the readily available. All right.
So how do you see yourself different from somebody else who's building the similar solution, similar Gen AI based solution?
Sure. So right now, if you look at the market, right from Google, Microsoft to a startup like me, everyone is trying to solve the same problem across the market. But what I believe is the enterprise expertise that we bring in, being part of the enterprise ecosystem, product development ecosystem, and also the execution speed that a startup has versus a bigger enterprise has, is definitely going to be an advantage for us. Understanding of the problem is definitely, being part of those teams is better with us. So these are the two things that I would see as a differentiator for my company. Otherwise, technology-wise and probably the content-wise, AI or Gen LLM is all democratized. Everyone has the same information. I don't have any further extra information in that per se. But the execution speed and the understanding of the problem is where we differentiate.
So can you talk a little bit about your vision? Where do you want to take your company to in future once you have developed this product?
See, this is just one use case that I'm talking about within the product landscape, the product value chain that I'm talking about. But if you take an enterprise, right, there are multiple departments which have similar problems. It could be HR department, again, as the ServiceNow demo you have seen, right? So it is catering to multiple things. It could be HR, it could be customer support, it could be finance domain, the corporate legal contracts. How do you manage those contracts?
Sure. My question is, what is your vision? What are you looking at?
For me, I want to be there in every place of an enterprise, every department of an enterprise. Okay. My solution has to be there. So it could be, right now it is just for the product teams, but eventually I'll have to be an enterprise LLM software.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
May I invite Rishikesh Raz and Alaur Ansari from Pushpak.ai.
Hello, good evening all. So basically this is Rishikesh from Pushpak.ai, and we are presenting one of our product, that is Vision over here. So if we talk about the Vision, that is almost we are targeting toward to automate the e-commerce workflow. If I talk about the e-commerce workflow, that is, so the pain point that we are trying to cover it over here, that is almost if a person has. Sure. Now it not audible? Sure. If I talk about the pain points that we are trying out to cover. So if a person have to upload their product on the e-commerce website, they have to have a knowledge of SEO. They have to have a separate background to be removed, as well as they have to do multiple, almost have a content writer for the content description and all. So it took a very long period of time, sometimes 7 to 8 days to complete a total catalog to upload on a website. And each have their own standard. Amazon have their own standard, Myntra have their own. So based on that, it took a long time to to upload to the product over there. So we talk about the solution that is integrated with a single platform, that is a background remover, that is a smart tagging, visual search, and a smart recommendation. If I talk one by one through it, so image background remover, here almost you can remove the background and you can apply the background of your choice. As well as if I talk about the smart tagging, that is the thing where we are almost using the computer vision, we are analyzing the product, and based on that product, we are generating the tags. And from tags, we are generating using the Gen AI, we are creating the meta title as well as the description, as well as the alt image text, and almost suggesting the similar product, that is a visual search, and what are the associate products related to that product that can be shown on the product side. If I talk about this is a visual search and smart recommendations. And almost here you can apply the filter of having a similar look, having what are the associated products that you can show with this, and you can complete the look. And if I talk about the thing, why vision to be taken care of, so that is the thing, we are precise and powerful, and easy, and it can be easily integrated with multiple platforms, as well as the several platforms, as well as the time to market, that's a 7 to 8 days. Here you can able to do in a, if I show you one of the working demo, so I am taking a non-reviewed image. So here the AI have already identified the gender, type is lehenga, the color. If you want the color is wrong, you can select the color also. It is selected, you can select the style, it is elegant, you can select the fabric, and you can click on save and generate. So if you will see that the SEO tags have been generated, rosy brown lehenga, pink lehenga, what are the tags that is being used for the Google search. If you take the title and H1 tag, that is rosy brown lehenga for woman or a girl. So it, and as well as if you see the description is already automatically over here. The rosy brown lehenga is perfect for a traditional occasion, a beautiful description, as well as the alt image tags. That's true. Just wrapping it up. Then there are similar products, like a JSON or a CSV format. This is the entire product, and this you can change the background of this image also using this tool. And if I talk about the structure, that almost they're trying to almost providing on the credit basis. So first we are going to give it a free trial for 14 days where user can see all the options and almost try all the attributes that we all have over there. And if I talk credits that they want, if the number of services credit they want are higher, the price is going to decrease. Basically the API based calls, and the credits will be deducted based on the amount that they use. If they are generating it again and again, the credits rating will be the users will be higher. And if I talk about the business model, that is it. If you want to do it for a shoe, if you want to do it for a necklace, if a custom model can also be trained, and based on that there will be a setup cost, and we can proceed on it. So thank you.
What's your go-to-market plan?
So the go-to-market plan is almost right now. Almost we have launched this product, and we are almost working with some of the small scale who uses to upload their products on Myntra and all. So if I talk about them, we are still trying to understand what are their problem pain points, and we have asked them to use our product and send their feedback to us.
How are you reaching them? How are you reaching those people?
We are reaching through Instagrams and Facebook, because they have their own Facebook page also and the Instagram page also. We are reaching out to them, and we are asking that what are their pain points which can be covered, and asking them the recommendation, what are the things that they want to improve in this product, the entire workflow.
What's your TAM?
So basically, if you will see the CAGR growth rate is of 10.6% of automatic cataloging, and almost the growth rate is almost for 2026 is almost $1.9 million in the market. So automatic cataloging. It is overall market. So basically, if I saw one more thing, that is almost, if I try to cover it over, e-commerce is a space where almost we are selling each and everything. And it is an AI-based model. It can be trained on each and every type of product. So if you can say right now we are doing for the fashion only for the dresses. It can be scalable to the multiple category, like almost even if you want to tag you can say food grains also, that can be also.
Just in the interest of time, sorry. So who are your target e-com platforms? Amazon, Flipkart, who are these?
So the target, they are not we are not targeting the platforms. We are targeting the sellers who are uploading their product on this platform.
Which platforms?
Myntra, Amazon, and as well as you can say Myntra, Amazon, and Meesho.
Okay.
And so it is not only for a single platform. The CSV format and the JSON that can be also used to upload on your own website that you are hosting on different like Wix and Shopify. So entire catalog can be uploaded with.
Do you have any customers, paying customers, right?
So not exactly the paying customer. That almost we are doing this small contribution with the small sellers and all who are uploading their products using this platform.
So they are using it
Yeah.
today. What's the feedback?
So feedback almost based on that, almost they are getting almost 80% accuracy in the Indian dresses, and in the Western dresses they are getting almost 75% accuracy.
Then why are they not paying you? Why are they not paying?
Sir, we have just started. So we have just launched this product, not the thing. We have just started this product.
Okay.
Can you run us through the competitive landscape?
No, we have not presented over here. If we are talking about the competitive landscape, so StreamYard is our competitor in India, if you are talking about. But the thing is that they only provide the tags.
Okay.
But if they here almost not we are providing the tags, we are almost having a Gen AI which is providing the entire solution, the recommended product as well as the associated product, and as well as you can say the main thing that is most of them have faced while we are doing the primary research over there. That is almost they don't know how to write a SEO friendly content.
Okay.
And a beautiful description.
When you say you just launched, how long have you been in the market?
So for this product, almost it has been 2 months of time.
Okay. And how many customers are using it?
Right now, 10 of them are using
it. Team?
Team is of 13. 1-3.
Okay. You have a background, team background?
No. Rohit Jain, Anurag Kushwaha. So if I talk about Rohit Jain, he is almost having a 20 years of experience in marketing and operations. If I talk about Anurag, almost he is almost having a building a scalable solution with the meaty and all, and he in the IIT Guwahati.
Okay. And right now this is bootstrap time. You
Yeah,
have got any grants or
basically
anything?
this is we are pushback.ai. Almost we have a running revenue stream from Pushback where we are providing the security and surveillance solutions, and this is the product that we have come up with almost using the same technology for the e-commerce market.
Okay, so there's a parent company.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite Venkata Subramaniam from Atom State Technologies.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Venkat. I'm the co-founder and CEO of the organization. I'm from Atom State Technologies, a deep tech startup. A deep tech startup focusing on providing solutions based on use cases and problem statements. That's our USP, because we want to be in enterprise space. So we have very strong background. Maybe first you can on the video. Yeah. I will. Okay. Once I finish, I will. Yeah. So, as I have already told you, we are AI, ML based solutions we are providing to the customers. And we have a strong team of about 46 based out of Hyderabad. We are incubated at T-Hub. And also having our on-site bench in Mumbai. We have strong partnerships with CIA, Center of Excellence, NASCOM, TAIM, and of course, T-Hub is our, I can say, pillar of strength, because that is where we have got the recognition. Why I'm starting with recognitions? Because I believe in stitching the alliances and relationships before really getting into deep-rooted presentation. Here I'm not doing any presentation, but I'm just playing a small video clip. What exactly we do? One sec. Where is it? Yeah, got it. So these are all the modules which we are focusing on. And these are the use cases. And this we have General Live Pilot. For ICICI Bank, they're aligning with us as their marketing and branding partner. And these are all the real-time minutes of the meeting, which we have tested with live customers, live meetings. One particular meeting is almost attended by 600 people from different parts of the country. And these are all the generated generative AI images which we have created using our own modules. And we are quite strong in LLM building. We do the pre-training and train based on the use case and integrate without touching the data through APIs. And we are quite strong in data platform, data engineering. This is where our main customers like Skoda. In fact, Skoda is white labeling our product to monetize across the globe to their other organizations like Audi, Porsche, and all those people. Then another customer recently we have acquired is Honeywell. For the first time in the world, we will be providing them the cockpit management real time, so that even before black box provides the information, our model will provide the first-hand information. Oh. Thank you. As I have already told you, we are completely based, we provide solutions completely based on use cases and problem statements. And we don't want to confine with one particular domain or one particular industry. So we are working with multiple diversified industries like automobiles in the form of Skoda, aviation, Honeywell, retail, and FMGC basically with Kevin Care. In fact, only yesterday we have signed the first contract. Our model is very simple business model. First, we do the pilot in the form of POC. That's a free, just to gain the acceptance. During this particular phase, we do the discovery phase and understand and assess the gaps which they are having or the pain points which they have. Then we do the pilot. Once the pilot is successful, then the paid pilot, and after that, across organization implementation. This is the model which really works for every large enterprise organizations. So this is what we are.
How many customers do you have right now?
Yeah, we have 6 paid customers.
6 paid customers. And any competition that you have in this particular space?
These days, everyone talks about their AI-based, Gen AI-based. So without getting into those competitions, we just want to create our own space. That's the best.
And how do you plan to go about doing that?
See, I come from 35 years of sales, marketing, global business development background. So I know the value of partnerships. I align partnerships, permanent marriages. So that is what exactly happened with first it started with T-Hub, then CIA Center of Excellence, because they receive a lot of problem statements from their members, and we are also a member, and we are their most recognized deep tech partner. So that is how we get a lot of inquiries, opportunities, pitching opportunities, and we compete with lots of other competitors, and we won the contracts.
Yeah, so what's the plan? Where do you want to take it with this approach?
Yeah, this approach is already taking us. We are entering global market also now. Our first customer, we have already signed the MSA. Still, we have to receive the contract. That is Health Ministry, UAE. So there we have done, in fact, we have addressed their last 2 years problem. That is conversation between Arabic doctor and patients from multi-Asian countries. So we have done the live speech-to-speech recognition, then translate into multiple languages. And it's auto. The moment I talk in Telugu, it detects in Telugu, and if the other person is Arabic, it translates into Arabic.
How big is your team?
46 we are at this point of time.
And founding team?
Founding team 3.
3.
I am the one. I have retired actually, but my son pulled me here. So he's the co-founder, he's the CTO. So he's specialist in providing, in creating solutions. So he's a big solution architect. Earlier he worked with ICICI Bank as a consultant. And of course for Genpact, he's a strong DevOps guy. So that is where the patience comes. That is where the assessment model comes. I myself got white labeled by McKinsey.
Yeah, you have no signs of being retired, by the way.
As an entrepreneur, I can't retire now. See, you asked your question. We are already started investing in, participating in events like GTEx Dubai, because that's the place where we need to really showcase. And next is US FinTech. There we will be launching our AI-enabled secure computing.
So only one question I had. What would you say is your core IP, if I have to say, in this organization that you have built over the past, how many years you have this company in?
Core IP?
IP, yeah.
Yeah. Atomax, that's our core IP.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone says, yes, they have developed AI platform, but we have different. Like me, I'm a mad guy. So I want my team also to be mad. We believe in chaos engineering. So the core IP is Atomax, that's AI, NL, EU engine. That's our core IP. And the certification process is on. And we are getting almost HIPAA and all those compliances also we have been working. So a lot of investment has gone in. We are 100% bootstrapped till now. Thanks to our paid customers, L&T Finance, Tata Insurance. Now recently we have signed with Honeywell, then Skoda, that will be huge. And the next will be Vedanta for mining. So we come out with the different solutions. The basic model for us is, thanks to our experience and a lot of research, we have identified about 172 use cases across the industry, which is meant largely for the large organizations. So it has given us an idea, the sort of demand which need to be created from the market. So that has made our life very easy now. So pre-trained models are ready. That itself, it comes with 60% of the solution. The remaining 40% during the training, while doing the model training. So we complete each and every implementation in maximum 3 months. Thank you.
I would like to invite Swaminathan Ganeshan, Sheetal Srikanth from SmartTape.
Very good evening, everyone. Thank you, Pilaf, for the opportunity. I'm Swaminathan. I'm the co-founder and CEO of SmartTail. what we kind of do, we're a deep tech organization again, and what we kind of do is we deliver decision science very specifically to educators. Couple of accolades. We were awarded by NASSCOM's AI Game Changers in the category for education last year, 2022. And then also part of TAM, T-Hub, Karnataka's tech ecosystem, Startup TN, so on and so forth. So the beauty was, we are incorporated in Bangalore. We have the corporate office in Chennai, and though we were picked up by TAM in their second cohort, and then we are here. So a little bit of background about the founders. So I'm Swami. Engineer again, did my master's in bits, worked with Wipro for about 11 years, of which spent about 8 years in Japan, mainly enterprise solution architect. That was my predominant role. And building solutions, that was the thing that I was actually doing for quite some time. The other co-founder is Mr. Aslam. So he was again part of HCL and then on to US and then again handling big engineering teams. So in the interest of time, I'll jump right in. In what we do, in very simple terms, we mainly work with schools, K-12 to start with. Right now, we've started working with higher ed as well. In a single line, we grade the handwritten answer papers of students using artificial intelligence. So if you have a paper, if you have the test paper that is actually written in the class, say unit test, term test, all of the tests that, so I mean, at least the first few rows, you will have kids for sure. The last few rows, I don't know. So all those exam papers of what your children are actually writing, that is actually now graded using AI. That's the solution that we have actually developed. So we have our own proprietary model for the handwriting recognition and as well as for the grading engine as well. So this is what we have actually developed. Right now, we are in about 78 schools, 78 paying customers, including DPS Hyderabad, in Hyderabad, DAV Chennai, Doon Public School in Delhi, and so on and so forth. So we expanded all across India, right now venturing into markets like Singapore and as well as the Middle East too. So that's the solution. The core engine or the core entity of the solution is that when you give a simple sentence to a kid and then say, okay, write in your own words ABC, then he's going to use his own words and then write the same sentence. Now, how are you going to gauge, like, okay, this is what I'm expecting, and this is for which I have to give a mark or a grade. Now, how greatly can you actually give it? So that's the solution. And school is one of the most challenging sector. Very simple. If you do a mistake, the parent will come with the paper and ask for half mark more for their kid. So which means, if schools are paying us, which means we are already accurate. As simple as that. And we are scaling pretty well. Recently, we opened a 30-seater office in Siddipet, the Siddipet IT Tower. We didn't come to T-Hub. Siddipet was a little cheaper. So we went there. And yeah, note to T-Hub team to make it a little cheaper for us. and that's whom we are. And I'll stop now. The business model as such, we charge the school directly. It's more on per student per year pricing. The pricing will vary depending on the number of tests. There are different models. One is for all the exams, another is for only chapter-wise tests, and so on and so forth. This will all vary depending on what they actually taken. It's more of quantity-driven, and then we charge them. Anywhere ranging from 800 rupees per student per year to about 1,600 rupees per student per year. That's the pricing model. We crossed about 1.25 crores of revenue from the time the product has been in the market. That's exactly around 16 to 18 months right now. And then looking at very positive growth and scale. So I'll stop right now. Any questions? Happy to answer.
So I guess right now this is only English, right? Or other languages also?
Okay, so yes, it's only for English-based subjects and for mathematics. So all the subjects, like you take your physics, chemistry, mathematics, all of that. We don't do Hindi or Tamil or any of that. That's where, I mean, I was very interested when he was talking, and then we want to have a word with him. If we can grab his, the NLP layer and start grading. I just have to find if there is anybody else who can help with Hindi extraction. So, but we are more interested as a market, it's still small. So we're more interested in probably Spanish and Arabic, because that's a more lucrative market in terms of the size itself than Hindi. Yeah.
And what is the accuracy that you get with
So from the handwriting standpoint, we're about 98% and growing strong. From the grading itself, we're about 95% and moving on. So I think only with time it's going to improve. The good part is nobody has the data that we actually have. So we have a few million answer papers of students from different schools. So we exactly know what they've actually written, and that's my data mine. So even if somebody wants to build, they have to still go and collect all the answer papers and then start understanding how children even write. So a simple example I'll tell you, which war happened between 1924 and 1930? Any guesses? Something like that? World War I? Yeah, great. So if you ask the children to write, this is the answer. One guy will write FIRST World War. Another guy will write 1ST World War. Another guy will write WW1. Another guy will write 1-WW1. Right? So I'm saying just with one single phrase, they will kill you. So I jokingly say this to all the teachers when I address them. In very simple terms, when we started working on this, we thought this is like an apple. What can children write? This is not a big deal. And we will just cut it open and eat it. And we will all be millionaires in the second year. Then is what we actually realized, that we were actually peeling onions. And literally it makes us cry every single day.
Yeah, so nicely put there. But where do you see yourself going with this?
So very simple. We are looking at ontology-specific training models as well. In the sense, today why did we actually enter into the school segment? Is because the ontology is already pretty small. The context is pretty small. So now we are also working with grading the MBBS answer papers. That's a pilot that's actually going on. So, and where this is a new ontology altogether. The normal ontology that you actually have trained will not work for this. So that is a special training that we have to do. You can get into law, you can get into all of these places. So one is the grading engine itself. The other is how can we get into any sort of assessment.
Sorry to interrupt you. Just in the interest of time, can you also talk about the revenue projections? When you say where you're going with that, what do you see, how you see yourself scaling up?
I think we should be able to do about $4 million in the next 2.5 years' time.
$4 million,
yeah.
Okay. And so who all are the founders?
So Aslam and then Kannan. So Aslam's background is as I was mentioning earlier. So he was from HCL. We both worked together in our previous organization for about 8 years together. So we were colleagues, then friends, then we started this together. Then Kannan is another co-founder. So he's from JP Morgan. So he was a senior VP at JP Morgan. So he takes care of the technology, I take care of the product, Aslam takes care of strategy and stuff.
So apart from the availability of the answer papers with you, what else is your differentiation?
So I'm sorry, I didn't get this.
So apart from that, what's your USP apart from that differentiates you from anybody who decides to build this solution?
So today I am looking at the answer papers because that's the input mechanism that is actually there. Tomorrow it could be video, tomorrow it could be audio, tomorrow the input mechanism can still change. So the USP is the grading engine itself. So that's where we have filed for a patent as well. Just waiting for.
So I will also make a pitch before, so to reply to your comment that you made, okay. First of all, there's a lot of difference between Siddipet and Knowledge City, considering the area. And T-Hub is not a co-working space, it is an ecosystem. There's a lot more that we bring to the table. Just than offering space.
That was a joke.
No, but
like
I'm a representative of T-Hub and I need to make sure in the benefit of the audience. So,
you get amazing mentors in T-Hub.
Yes, 2 of them are sitting right here. So, okay. Just to make the mood light.
Just to make it very clear, nothing against T-Hub, I love T-Hub.
Thank you.
All go for T-Hub, please.
No, I mean, it will not affect the rating for sure, but it was important for me to respond. Couple of questions. You mentioned about the handwriting. You have 1 million papers. So to do that, how many pilots did you have to?
140 pilots.
So since
we started in 2019 November, just before COVID. So the first couple of years, we were just collecting papers.
Got it.
So if we all remember, so 2020 Feb was when we all went into lockdown. So this was just before lockdown. We were 4 months early to lockdown, and I think by then we had collected about 50,000 papers, 50,000 about 10 MOUs that were signed, and we just had a presentation. We went to the schools and said, hey, we will do this, but we want all your papers and so on and so forth. So after the schools opened up, once the curbs were all out, we went and collected all the previous year's answer papers. So now, then we started understanding how children write, what's the sequence and so on and so forth, what's the different ink patterns that they use, paper quality, which GSM. So there's a lot of analysis that was actually done based on these papers. And then right now where we stand is that, I mean, on an average, last month, we graded over 1 million answers, individual answers. So about 40,000 different answer papers, so in simple terms.
Okay, a very fundamental one, a basic question. So how does the process of a school putting up on your platform, like how does it work and how simple is it?
So in terms of the sales cycle or in terms
of not
implementation
the implementation. So the exam is conducted right now.
So yeah,
and
so,
then
so
how
very simple. First is the question paper itself, the questions. And then if we are giving the questions, and we also give the answers saying this is the answers that we are expecting. The school says, they will say, okay, this is the questions and this is the answers that I'm expecting from the kids. There'll be some plus or minus modifications that will happen. That will be keyed into the system first. That's a pre-prep model. Then the exam happens. There are a few many instructions that we give to the kids saying, please write the questions on the left-hand side, write the roll number on the top, so on and so forth. Once the test is done, we have a multi-page scanner which can scan up to 60 pages in a minute. So you put the whole bulk of 60 pages in a particular scanner. So in 2 minutes for the whole class, the scanning is done. That one single PDF comes to us. We then identify this answer papers belong to student A, student B, student C, so on and so forth. Then we go inside and then dissect each and every answer out of the answer paper. Then we grade it against it. Then for the student, it's his paper, again, what's the points that he has actually missed and what's the mark that he has actually got. For the teacher, it's more detailed. It's more detailed in terms of saying, okay, against the whole class, say for this question, these points were answered really well by all the students.
So how much time it takes from the day of your
So from the time we get the answer paper to get back at the school, it's between 24 to 48 hours. Because sometimes the scanning is not proper. Sometimes the roll number is not written. Sometimes we also do a pre-check, a post-check on how the AA is.
Have you raised any funds?
Yeah, we have raised about $1 million, and we're looking to raise about another $500,000 right now.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Next is Teja Kancharla from Upscat.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Teja Kancharla. I'm the Chief Product Officer at UpSquad. At UpSquad, we have created a dynamic digital ecosystem for the organizations who are into the workforce development in the United States. They basically tries to enhance the lives by using a workforce development by upskilling, mentoring, and reskilling, so that they provide an opportunities. One of the key challenges that we are actually trying to address, we are addressing is they lack a lot of lack of engagement because they don't have a digital ecosystem in place. That's where we came into picture. We created a digital ecosystem for them, usually for the organizations who are into mentoring, upskilling, and reskilling in the United States. So why exactly we are doing it is because currently the US job market is undergoing a profound transformation, and this transformation is actually creating an issue of skill gap. And there are a lot of people alone in the United States. We are expecting around 12 million people are going to have a switch their career or a job. And during this, the key challenge is for these organizations, they are not able to bring people together, engage them well, and train them and upskill them because they lack of, they don't have a unified solution in place. And so that's where we created a unified platform for them and they are trying to use it. So currently we are addressing the US market because there is a vast opportunity, and they are providing like with the target market like around $4 to $8 billion currently our strategic aim is to address the needs of nonprofits, schools and universities, and economic development corporations in United States, because they are the ones who are playing a major role in the workforce development in. And thing is like this opportunity also well aligned because of the latest legislative developments that was happened, like American Rescue Plan Act, Department of Labor and Training and Employment departments alone funding $2 trillion for the workforce development in the United States. And this further emphasizes the crucial role that as an UpSquad we can play in facilitating an effective workforce development. So what we did, we built our unique web platform in 2019, and we have launched it. And we have recently, like in the first quarter of 2023, we have launched our mobile app as well. And we have seen the results that the engagement for these organizations has been almost increased by 50 to 60%. And they are seeing the results with respect to how many people are actually benefiting out from the platform. Earlier, they have a challenge of finding out whether whether their initiative is really being successful or not, and at the same time, whether how much successful they are not able to quantify it. But because of a unified platform, now they have all the metrics in all the data in place, where they will be able to see like how many people are actually gaining benefit out of this platform, as well as they are able to measure the success of the initiatives that they have taken. And coming into deep diving into a solution, as I said, like we have a comprehensive custom branded digital ecosystem where we have all the integrations with respect to all the video platforms like Zoom, Teams and things, and our customers need not to pay even a single rupee for any of the Zoom licenses. They can simply get it with our subscription. At the same time, we have our own personalized video platform where the organizations can actually share the success stories as well as the trainings and other aspects one-on-one. And we have our custom groups and messaging and personalized communication, social forum, events, as well as the job board. Earlier, each organization used to use Eventbrite for events and Indeed for jobs, as well as like Zoom for video platform or Google Meet for video platform. Now that everything is together, then they are easily able to use our platform and get benefit out of it. With respect to competitor landscape, UpSquad standouts, and it comes into the community management and workforce development. There are other solutions also in the market, like Mighty Networks, Highbright, or with respect to job placement like LinkedIn, Foundit, and Indeed. But they are more focused in the general careers or community management. But now we are more focused in the community management with a featured, with the features that are much aligned for the workforce development organizations. Currently, we have around 20 paying customers, and with an annual recurring revenue of 220K. And we can see that our customers are currently, we have covered all the personas of our current target market that we have. Like we have universities, we have economic development corporations, we have colleges, we have non-profits as well. Yeah, it's just 2 slides. And our revenue model is quite simple. It's a SaaS-based revenue model. Depending upon the size of an organization, we are going to charge them an annual fee. And we also provide a custom code for the organizations with more than 1,000 plus users. We have a free trial for the organizations to try out. And to startup journey, the key milestones is we have raised $1 million angel investment in 2020. And around, like as I mentioned, like we have around 220K annual recurring revenue. And our current task is we are trying to raise a fund of around $2 million, where we want to allocate these funds into both sales and marketing as well as the product development. Those are the key things. And we are targeting around 400K annual recurring revenue by end of this year. We have few deals already in the pipeline, bigger deals like which pays like around 75K to 100K per year. So which we are expecting it to go around 400K. And by December 2024, we are expecting to gain around like 80 customers with annual recurring revenue of $1 million. And The key product enhancement that we are already making, which is in progress, is open API integrations, which actually streamline the onboarding experience of our organizations. They can easily integrate with their existing systems that they are using. And also payments integration, which will give us an additional revenue stream. Because now the organization can make their community paid communities as well as paid events, where we can take a cut out of it, and that gives us an additional revenue stream. I'm done. Currently, we are a team of 7, 3 founders in US and 1 I am here. I'm taking care of product design and engineering from India. So we are building the product from India to US. And we are also part of the T-Hub. Next slide. So this is our team. We have the people from product background, as well as data and analytics, finance, as well as engineering and sales. That's all.
Yeah, I got stuck on 60% of your ask on sales and marketing. Why is that?
Why? Because as we said, like our focus is into non-profits, universities, and where they are mostly dependent upon the funding from the government organizations as well as others. Usually currently now our closing cycle is like around 30 to 45 days. And also going into a lead and finding out the right contacts and the needs is actually taking time. So with respect to the sales people, as well as with respect to finding out the leads and time, it takes time. And also we have, our product was almost well matured. So now we see, with respect to the current needs of our customers, we see very less, but acquiring the customers is now key focus for us to raise additional funding and grow.
So I'm a bit confused. Are you looking for working capital, or are you looking to spend that money on sales and marketing?
So yeah, sales and marketing only, because current, as I mentioned, like we need more and more people to go because our closing cycle is more. And with respect to product, we are taking less.
Okay. So what's your core USP? Your product does a lot of things. So what's the core?
So the core, what I say is, like, first of all, it's a unified platform. So it meets the immediate needs of all our the organizations who want to onboard, and they were not able to take multiple solutions or systems in place, because our core thing is, because everything is together, now we have the clear data, and these insights will actually help these organizations to measure their programs, improve it. At the same time, we have the our organizations can also communicate with the similar organization. For example, non-profits, a specific non-profit can communicate with the other non-profits in our platform. So which is like, we are creating a network of network, and we already saw that our non-profits has already benefited out of it, because onboarding the mentors is one of the key challenge for these non-profits. Now that they are connected in a network of network, they were able to find the relevant mentors, and they were able to get benefit out of it.
So what was the reason of picking up that market segment?
So actually, when we initially started as a B2C. It's like a mentoring platform. But when we are actually pivoting, we have not seen that a good traction with respect to, because there are many other platforms in the place. Then we have actually pivoted. Then see, the core vision that we started is, we want to make sure, we want to provide a platform where people can uplift themselves. Then we actually seen, like, who else can do? When we are not able to do as a B2C, who else can do? Then we found that these are the organizations who are actually doing a lot of work with respect to uplifting the people. That's when then we pivoted into schools, non-profits. And when we are actually doing, we have one of our customer who is like Arkansas Economic Development Corporation, and they actually, when they're actually one of our paying customer, and they have opened up our connects with similar economic development corporations, and there were around like 9,800 economic development corporations in US, and they are very big, and the amount that they are going to pay will also be high when we compare to a smaller non-profits, where we were not able to get the much revenue out.
So you showed your revenue projections. So how are you going to get that revenue? By selling into more of these people?
Correct.
Or?
So currently we have 20 customers, and we also have a pipeline. We are targeting to reach 30.
How's the pipeline looking like?
Currently we have 30 open leads who are almost like 20 of around 10 to 15 are in a phase of 25 to 30 days. As I said, our closing time is very high. like around like 45 to 60 days sometime because of lot of red tape with respect to approval. So
yeah, selling into enterprise is like that.
it's very hard.
You said you raised 2 questions. One is your company is registered in the US or India?
Yes, we have registered in US. We also have a subsidiary in India. Where because we are taking care of product development and design everything from India. So we registered in India as well, but our core company is in United States.
Got it. And that 1 million that you raised was from whom?
Hillett Cruz, angel investor.
Okay, it's one person.
We also raised small amounts like 100K. Initially, we got a seed funding of 100K. Recently, we raised another 200K, but they are from HNIs, not from investors.
Okay, got it. And so those 20 customers all are in the US?
Yes. And currently, we are focusing only in US because there we find a market there when compared to other geographies. And we also have a strong team over there who can take care of it. There itself, we have a lot of opportunity to explore, actually to expand. Yeah.
Got it. And what has been your year-on-year growth? You said it's 220K right now.
220K.
What was it last year?
Like around 100.
K.
Yeah.
And you're expecting to reach?
400K by December. Because we have a larger deals now. Now we are dealing with economic development corporations. They are going to pay more when compared to universities and non-profits. And our plan is to go to 1 million till by end of next year.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
I would like to invite Sri Harsha Yerla Sri Vasu from Fat Cat.
Yeah, hello, good evening everyone. I'm audible, right? Yeah. Srivasu Boga, I'm C1 founder at Fat Cat. At Fat Cat, we're actually revolutionizing how campuses manage their multiple operations and how students and educators share knowledge, leveraging multiple technologies like AI, ML, and data. At Fat Cat, we completely believe that the data that the campuses have has huge amount of value. So the problems that we're solving is like 1 out of every 8 students are dropping out of higher educational institutions. So to tackle this problem, government has introduced a system called outcome-based education. So to implement this outcome-based education system, campuses are struggling currently using their Excel sheets. And the agenda behind introducing the outcome-based system has left behind the Excel sheets. And when it comes to corporates, we are also able to see difficulties in kind of finding the right skill set that they require in the tier 2 campuses. And the solutions that we are offering is like we are going to give multiple performance-based analytics to higher education institutions to make better decisions. And we are completely automating and helping campuses to enhance their outcome-based education system. And we're also providing a platform between corporates and higher education institutions to make skill-based hiring much easier. To talk about the product, our software collects the vital data from the existing ERPs and LMS of a campus, correlates and converts it into relevant information that gives multiple decision-making insights and analytics to campuses, which enables them to manage or enables them to act confidently on their decisions. Looking into the product, how does it work? It exactly automates the entire outcome-based education within few clicks. And not only automation, it gives multiple analytics to improve the outcome-based system inside the campuses. And within few clicks, campuses could also easily download the reports, which can be useful to submit to their accreditation bodies. And since we collect a numerous amount of data of the students, we provide multiple student-based performance analytics, faculty performance analytics, and course performance analytics. We also provide AI-based predictive analytics of students, which predicts the likely performance of a student much in advance before he or she going to takes or attempts an examination. So we are going to shift the, so this is how we are shifting the campuses from traditional way of doing operational analysis, which has less value, and we are shifting it to automating the analysis part and coming up with great strategies which has higher value. So analytic driven education system will have a ultimately lead towards decrease in the dropout rates and decrease in the student failure rates and increase in the outcomes and admissions, high automation, less human accountability, and campuses could also get the accreditation much easier, and we have a superior experience. So why now? The accreditation and compliance bodies of educational institutions are actually enforcing campuses to follow digital strategies, and the competition and COVID factor also proves that campuses need to shift towards technology strategies if they want to be in competition. We are a SaaS revenue model where we charge higher education institutions annually, depending upon based upon the count or the size of the campus, and we also have other revenue models like corporate connect, where we connect, we make skill-based hiring easier in the campuses, connecting with corporates. And our go-to-market strategy includes, like, we are easily integratable software with all the ERPs and LMS of the campuses that are having, and we improve the internal quality system, which makes campuses to easily get accreditation. And we have some freemium features as well, and our software is, we are planning to make the software as affordable as possible. And India is the third largest higher education system in the world, with almost 55,000 higher education institutes and almost 3.85 crore enrolls every year, and it is estimated to be 10.4 billion edtech market by 2025. And we have built the product and currently pilot testing the product in 3 campuses. And since we are doing sales, we got kind of very good feedbacks or very good response from the campuses while we are doing the sales. And in next coming 2 months, we are expected to sell some good number. We are expected to close some good number of sales and generate revenue as well. And all the systems currently are of ERPs or LMS. We are a kind of extension to the ERPs and LMS, which gives analytics, pulling out the data. And none of the softwares will actually provide outcome-based education automation and enhancing the OBE system. We are 3 co-founders. I am Srivasu. I have 5 years of experience in entrepreneurship and 5 years of experience in designing as well. And our co-founder Sri Harsha, he has 5 years of experience in entrepreneurship and is doing his MTech in what we call product design and management course at IIIT Hyderabad. I think he's a student of your student of the jury here. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
So you're still building the product?
Yeah, we have built the pilot and testing it in the campuses.
So you started off with the problem statement
Yep.
about the students dropping off. So
Yep.
how does your solution, your product, solve that problem?
So this outcome-based education, it has been implemented to enhance the performance of students. So since they are doing it in a wrong way, or since the campuses are doing it on Excel sheets to tackle this outcome-based education system, the performance of students is still there, and there has to be continuous enhancement in OBE, and also giving multiple performance analysis of each course, each faculty and student will ultimately lead to enhancing the system of education and decrease in the dropout rates.
Who are you going to sell to? Who are you going to sell to, the students or the institutes?
No, in the institutes. We sell to institutes, to the managements, where they would see what's going on, what's going wrong.
Have you decided your pricing model?
Yep. It depends. It majorly depends upon the size of the institution. It varies. If there is a 3,000 student institution, it varies between 50 to 75 per annum.
Have you
per annum.
tested that with any of the institutes?
Yes, we are currently doing the pilot testing. It's running successfully, and we made some sales as well. In the next 2 months, we will for sure close some good deals and generate revenue. Yeah, because we got a good response while we are doing sales, and there is a need.
So who do you consider your competition?
Like ERPs and LMS.
You said they are not your competition because they don't have what you have.
Yeah, they couldn't provide analytics.
So who is your competition then? Nobody?
So it's a tech, right? So they use tech. So the current tech system is of ERPs, and they need to go beyond that. So that's what FatCat is like.
Yeah. So you don't have a competition. That's what you're saying, right now?
Not in a direct way, but a kind of improving the software structure. Yeah.
Sure. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
I think there are some players in the market, so maybe you want to, it's nice to have an understanding of who are you fighting against. Just a feedback, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Second thing is, will this be only accessible by the institute or as a student, okay? Will I also get some metrics saying that, because the drop-offs are happening from the students, right? So the only way to motivate them is, that's why you're doing outcome-based scoring, or right? That's what I understand. So do I get as a student a metric saying that this is where I need to improve, and maybe a one-on-one class? Is there a plan like that?
Yep, that's a great question actually. Okay. So student need to know what are his outcomes, how is he performing, but the current education system couldn't provide it. So that's the another problem that we are solving, but we are not introducing it in the pitch decks. But we would be transparent to student what are his outcomes and where he need to improve in his outcomes, and what skill set does he really have, and what industry requirement does he does the industry have the requirement, and what skills do you need to build to meet that industry requirement. So that analytics we will give to students, which will also
that is already built.
Yeah, no, it's in the
pipeline. It's not there yet.
Yeah, it's not there. We are planning, like it's in the pipeline of the product development.
Okay.
Yeah. One final question. Yeah.
How are you different in the sense that, yeah, you talk about outcome-based education, right? What is the final outcome you're giving to a university or an educational institute? You're talking analytics, right? Everybody has analytics. Every ERP system would have its own set of analytics. Yeah. So just talk a little bit, 2 minute, not even 2 minutes, 30 seconds on what is the differentiator and how are you creating the differentiation? Yeah. Is that based on assessments, student assessments that you're doing? Is that based on, I mean, just give me a feel of what that is.
So I've told you the OBE system, right? So the outcome-based system has to be enhanced year on year. So that's what accreditation bodies would look at. Okay, so the current system of outcome-based education couldn't let you enhance it year on year, right? But our system could greatly help campuses to enhance their outcome-based education year on year. So that's where
how
with the analytics that we provide, like where does the course structure went wrong, or what's the skill set of the faculty.
And what's the input that you're taking? That's your student assessments? Is that your
student assessments? Yeah, of course, students assessments, and based on.
And you're getting the student assessments from existing systems.
Existing systems. Of ERPs. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
The last presentation for the day will be done by Sarath Chandra from Settle.ai.
Hi everyone. Hi. I'm sorry. I'll just take a moment. Yeah. Sorry, and then yeah. Hi. So I am Sharath. I am one of the two founders at Subtle.ai. So at Subtle.ai, what we want to do is basically build or be a private Google for enterprises, specifically in banking and insurance sectors, where the application has to be very secure and has to work offline, which is what we've been able to do with State Bank of India, where State Bank of India is our first market success. So the problem that SBI had when they spoke about internally was, on an average, every year they waste about 32 lakh hours in finding information which is already there in the documents, or let's say in a video or websites. So, I mean, to explain more using an example, now let's take this case where Pooja is a branch officer and then a user says that, hey, I submitted a check, but I don't think so the transaction went through. Now, Pooja does know that, okay, there is something called shadow credit that she can use, but she isn't sure if it can be used for this particular user and for the amount of the check. So now Pooja has two ways to solve this. One, she has to ask a subject matter expert and be like, okay, what do I do in this situation? But the problem is the entire workforce of SBI is 250,000 and the number of subject matter experts are 350. So it'll at least take a week for, to have that fixed. The other solution is they have these manuals that she would then have to open, go page by page, and then basically retrieve the information from that, which is around 1,500 pages, which also takes time. So when SBI came to this institute with this statement, so institute told, okay, we have a startup that does this, and which is us basically. And so we said, okay, why don't we have an AI expert which can understand all the documents and then answer based on what the officer is looking for. So maybe I'll just show the product, if I may. I'll just show the product. Now, like the same example, right? Where, if, so she isn't sure if she can use shadow credit. Now, on our platform, on our platform, basically the branch officer has to log in, and she can just ask something like, can shadow credit be used for local checks? And then as soon as you hit the question, we get few answers within 0.6 seconds that basically went through all of your data. And then you see this button called summarize this. When you on-click that, we basically make a smart answer based on the retrieved results and not the data. So now this way, Pooja exactly has the information, okay, this is what I have to do in this case. So thereby solving the problem. Now, yeah, I mean, so this is the thing about the product. We can also take in video searches, like you can upload YouTube videos and make them searchable as well. Yeah, that's more about the product. Yeah, any questions?
So what's the reliability of this summarization?
So we have the lowest hallucination rates in the market, less than 1%, because we are yet to see a wrong answer. The reason why I say that is we follow a principle called RAG. First, retrieve the documents or the sections in the document which are relevant, and then make an answer from these texts. So which means it is an extractive way of saying, okay, from your data, this is what I think it is. Whereas if you have a look at our people who are in the same space, their hallucination rates are around 6% to 8%. So.
Yeah, because you talked about banking and the financial industry.
Exactly, yeah.
So that's
And then one more thing is that what is so special about us is we are able to do on-premise deployments, wherein the application has to be secure and it is offline, no access to the internet. So we have been able to more like privatize these language models and large language models for specific use cases. One more USP is we don't need GPUs to run the product. We have been able to optimize the algorithm to work on CPUs.
So what would you say is your USP? What's your differentiator? Because I mean, search anybody can do. What differentiates you?
So at least with respect to State Bank of India, like we were not the only ones that they were looking for. There were around 150 other startups, but all of them said we need GPUs. All of them said we need access to the internet because that's how it will work. So, but then we have been able to solve it without the internet and just for CPUs.
So that's your USP?
Yeah.
That's what you
And the answers will be under a second. So those three things are probably what is special about us.
And I believe SBI is your paying customer?
Yes.
How many paying customers do you have?
Right now 4.
4. And what's the revenue projection? How do you plan to scale?
So we recently got an investment of 60 lakhs. And we would basically use it to increase the team because we have been running the startup for 3 years with a very lean team of 8 people. So we would really want to expand the team.
What's the founding team?
So maybe I could show that, because I have an interesting person in the team. So Prof. Manish is a NLP researcher and a prof in this institute, whose research work of 15 years is what we have taken to build the product on top of. My other founder is Vishnu, who handles more of the sales and the business aspect of it. I deal mostly around the product. And Pranav, who started as an intern with us, now is a lead engineer and a very important part of the latest engine that we have built. And
what's your vision for the product? I know we are running out of time, so I'm just...
I mean, whenever any enterprise thinks of search, it should be us. Now, let's say as a person, if I want to search something, the first thing is Google. But for an enterprise, it should be us.
And how do you plan to reach there?
So right now, the plan is capture all the banking and all the banks in India because of SBI. So this is also something that we experienced, that just because SBI is our customer, it doesn't mean other banks will follow suit because their problems were different. So that's something we are taking into account and going aggressively on all the banks, and then later maybe towards the banks in US and other parts of the world.
Okay. Just one question. What's your licensing and pricing model?
So with banks, they usually like to do an implementation fee first and then annual recurring this thing. So that's the model with them, wherein they give a big amount, not a big amount, like a 50% of the full contract as the implementation fee, and then the other goes by year on year for around 3 to 5 years.
But have you decided any model for yourself or not yet?
So since we want to go deep into banking, this is something we want to follow. But again, we have a SaaS platform that anyone can use. So there it would be based on the number of pages that you want to upload or number of documents, and also to some extent on number of users.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I request the juries. I'll give few minutes to the juries to announce the winner. You will have to tell us the top 3, please. Take a couple of minutes, yeah. Today morning, since morning, I've been telling that I'm sounding like a matron, but sorry. No, you have to. And we're already running out of running behind time.
Very interesting. The last adult and very curious question that I had was, say for example, it gave a suggestion. I followed the suggestion. Now some 20 crores is lost. Now who's liable? That is crazy.
Both of times before that, he wants to engage with the other.
By the time the jury calibrates and announces the winner, Raj would like to interact with the audience and have a feedback. Thank you. By the time the jury calibrates and announces the winner, Raj wants to interact with you. Raj is a senior principal product manager in customer and industry works BU, and he works with ServiceNow. He has almost a decade experience of shipping impactful products in the customer service domain. In the past, he has been in various engineering and product leadership roles in 24/7, AI, Yahoo, Motorola, Logitech, etc. He currently owns an omni-channel experience in customer service management products. Raj, over to you.
Hello. Actually, I was supposed to come for the closing notes. So we didn't want to disclose that to you because I know what will be the effect. I had to stand there at the door. Yeah. So, how's the Josh? How many of you were there in the first session of the day? Okay. Okay, only to you guys. How's the Josh? Okay. Thank God you're saying hi, you're not saying AI. So much of AI. Somebody even counted how many number of times we said Gen AI, right? Yeah, the world changed, right? After November 2022, the world changed. So everyone wants to know what we can do out of Gen AI. So I just want to take this moment this kind of conference cannot happen without an awesome team, right? So we have an awesome organizing team. I want to thank them. If for a thriving product community, we need supporting enterprises. So thank ADP for sponsoring us. And also, we are very fortunate to have got the facility from IIIT Hyderabad. So Ranjan Agarwal and team from ADP, thankful to them. Professor Ramesh Loganathan, Professor Raghu Reddy for giving us this facility. And we have our awesome media partners, mystartuptv and ITTV. So Mr. Sunil from mystartuptv and Ramakrishna Tota. No.
You can do the vote of thanks later.
Okay. Do I feel less thankful if I say it now? No, right? So, no, I just wanted to be innovative. Okay. So,
Raj, no offense to you, but let's announce the winners, and then I'll give you the podium, and you can talk for it for the next half an hour.
Okay, cool. I don't have the permission of the MC.
I request the jury to come onto the dais. Mansi, Swami, and Avnish. The first winner is Atom State. A big round of applause. Sorry. The first place is, I'm sorry, Smart Tail. Okay, chill. The first prize goes to Swami and his team, Smart Tail. You can also hold it. The second prize goes to subtail.ai. Thank you. And the third prize, Atom State. I'm sorry for the faux pas. I request all the participants to come, up square to come onto the stage. I invite Fat Cat to come onto the dais, please. I invite Gen Z Technologies on the stage, please. And I invite Pushpak AI, our last startup inventor. I request Abhilash and Sriram to honor the jury, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mansi, Avnish, and Swami.
You know, I mean, I really enjoyed listening to all the pitches out here, and it was very difficult to figure out who's number 1, 2, 3. I mean, actually, most of us have more than one tide at one place. So, but what I would like to say is this was amazing to hear such great pitches.
Thank you. I now hand over to Raj, and he can speak forever.
Finally, I have my chance. Yeah. I have said whatever I had to say. But
You can repeat. Raj, you can repeat it.
But this is not one and done. So definitely we want it to be a thriving product community. So that's what PLF is for. Okay. So be associated with us. Please follow us on LinkedIn so that you get all the updates. We definitely don't intend to just do this annual event. We definitely want to be active throughout the year. So sign up as volunteers, contribute to this community. It is for the practitioners, by the practitioners, and of the practitioners. Yeah, that's the standard definition. Yeah. So that's what it is. So thank you very much to the audience. So without the thriving community, these kind of forums, they are of no value, right? So yeah, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I mentioned media, Ramakrishna Thapa, Mr. Majorsunilshetty, I thank them. Yeah. So once again, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Really appreciate
On behalf of PLF, I thank Raj, Abhilash, Ganesh Shukla, who introduced me to the PLF team, Arun, Sandeep. If I'm missing anybody, I'm sorry. And thank you from the very deepest of my heart. Thank you for inviting me and allowing me to MC the event. I had a great time and moderating the event. Thank you so much, Abhilash, Raj, Ganesh, Arun, Sandeep, and everybody else.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Srilata, for making this day great. I hope we had some takeaways. As Raj mentioned, keep in touch. Every one of you who have attended and registered with us will get an email to volunteer and stay connected. Like mentioned, it's not one and done. So we'll have continuous. The primary reason is that we've been at halt after pandemic. We want to kickstart, and we want to start with this. We have a lot of support systems which is untapped. There is T-Hub, IIIT, and a lot of organizations that are willing to collaborate, and this is just an example of that, how much participation that we have and enthusiasm we have. So stay connected, have a great day, and have a good weekend. Thank you.
Again, thank you, our media partners, ITTV, Global Media, and mystartuptv. They agreed to shoot the show on just me asking them for it. Thank you so much, Sunil and Ramakrishna. And have a good evening. Have a good weekend. And Swami and many others told me that, not you, the other Swami, told me I sounded like a monitor school teacher, but I played my role. And I think I did a good job. Thank you.
Srilata, picture.